Chapter 251. 3 days later it was still in the room on the top floor. For the past 3 days, Lin and Wu Yimeng were revisiting their relationship. On the way to take care of the other party, Lin also compared the appearance and behavior of Wu Yimeng in his memory, and they were exactly the same. But Lin can know for sure that this Wu Yimeng is not himself. In this case, only clones can explain it. Lin thought in his heart that he didn't pay any attention to the small tricks that the officials of the Lincoln state did. Anyway, as long as he set foot on this continent, it was inevitable. Lin's plan has been officially launched, and a steady stream of plague mutation factors emanated from his body and soul. As long as he is here for 1 day, the plague mutation factor will not spread. With this as the center, as long as there is a calamity in the body, there is no escape. This is a time bomb that Lin had planted in advance, an unavoidable time bomb. I have very good memories last night, just a little crazy, but he is also very happy. Anyway, his current performance is the best performance he should have. It's nothing more than acting. Every wizard is good at acting. Lin even thought in a wicked way, this is the end of the original body? Do not. The real Wu Yimeng still doesn't know where it is. The official estimate of the Lincoln Kingdom is just Wu Yimeng, who has some of Wu Yimeng's body tissue and is cloned and cultivated. What a pity, he was a little boy until his death. You're awake, why? Next to him, the lovely man with loose hair stared at him with 2 big bright eyes. Lin nodded slightly and sat up. I don't know why, I always feel like I forgot something. Lin said a little deeply. Forgot something? Wu Yimeng said with a blink of an eye, listening carefully to everything Lin said. It's nothing. I guess it's just that I was too tired last night. You bad guy. The two began to flirt, and the soldier who was listening shook his head. These 2 guys really know how to play. Suddenly, the soldier's complexion changed, and he quickly informed the doctor. The content of the monitoring was immediately transferred to Manami. I felt something in my body, something terrifying. This is Lin talking. What is it? Are you alright? Why? It's okay, it seems that I can release this thing, but the consequences of releasing it are terrible. Would you like the doctor to take a look? No, I'm fine. Manami's eyes flashed thoughtfully. This should be the power in the Calamity King's body is recovering. The original awakening fell into silence, and it will eventually recover over time. I just don't know which one of the 10 Disaster Kings is this Disaster King. In a splendid palace somewhere in Lincoln State, even the palace where the president is located is not as gorgeous and spacious as here. Just because the king living here, Gilgamesh, the Calamity King who belongs to the Lincoln Kingdom, lives here. The long golden hair was scattered, reaching knee length. In the golden pool, there were many men bathing, and there was an extremely delicate-looking man who was taking care of her hair. She is beautiful and indifferent. She is the only king in this land. She has the supreme right. Even the president can ignore her. Suddenly, her heroic face moved slightly, because this was a telepathic disaster star under her who passed a message to her. In an instant, her complexion changed, full of inexplicable colors. Ha ha ha, it's interesting, there is a new king on this land. There can only be one king? Let me see how capable you are as a king. The gust of wind appeared from her in an instant, sweeping and ravaging everything. With the use of the power of disaster, she turned into a gust of wind and disappeared into the palace. Only a group of ignorant servants remained. The sky turned discolored, and it seemed to be motivated by some existence. The weather that had been sunny for thousands of miles turned into a cloud cover at this moment. No. It should be said that there was a being that used a powerful force to gather such a dark cloud, and then in a large number of media reports, the dark cloud was pulled to form a tornado that fluttered in the air. Everything along the road was torn, destroyed, and obscured. Its purpose is very clear, there is only one direction, one purpose. That is to find the king who dares to come to this land and fight. This is a battle between kings. She, Lord of the Storm, Gilgamem, declares war on this. Alas! It's been almost 2 weeks, and I still haven't come out. Why should I treat her with all my heart? When she finds her next home, she breaks up directly, and she doesn't feel anything anymore, so why should I accept me before? What's good for her? Why? It's so unfair. I don't like to say it early, why are you playing with my feelings? Really, it's almost giving me depression. Chapter 252. An extremely important place in Lincoln State, a huge triangular building, high-rise buildings, and in the middle of the triangle there is another palace that is symbolic and representative. A message was passed on to the president's desk, and the weather-beaten 60-year-old man's face changed greatly, and there was still a lot of anger in his eyes. Damn it, that guy Gilgamem is really lawless, and has he put me in the eyes of the president? Damn it, who gave her the right to act privately, and caused such a big impact and damage. Washington is not only annoyed by this, but more because he ignores himself directly. What is this? Do you really think she is the king of this land? What a joke. Sure enough, the disaster king, the disaster stars are all a kind of thing, they should be extinct. His eyes were faint, and no one could guess his true thoughts. Mr. President 30, don't be so angry. Gilgamesh is still very useful to our country of Lincoln, but he has a bad temper. The vice president next to him gently persuaded. Washington is naturally unaware that if the other party is not useful, how could he tolerate the other party's behavior so much? At this time, another urgent message came over. No, Mr. Washington, Gilgamem's purpose is very clear, he went to another disaster king. The Minister of Defense rushed over in a hurry, opened the door and said loudly, "What did you say? Is it the new disaster king?" Washington understands the seriousness of the matter. The new disaster king is still in the weakest stage, is recessive, has not been stimulated, and was sought out by Gilgamem. With her bad character, there will definitely be a big problem. Where is Gilgamem now? Mr. President, I have to tell you bad news. She has arrived in the city where the new disaster king is. Washington's heart was full of anger. Damn it, killing the one who leaked this news, it really deserves to be killed. There is no way, Mr. President, the kings will all have feelings for each other, and sooner or later they will meet. Now all we can do is to come up with a way. In the room in the top floor building, Lin woke up from his sleep, and his eyes flashed with surprise. He actually felt something strange just now. The calamity force in his body actually started to operate spontaneously, and not only that, when he felt through the plague mutation factor, he could see that a large amount of calamity force was born in the whole city, and it was certain that there was a very terrifying disaster is coming. The specific key person is actually me, related to me. Interesting. The corner of Lin's mouth slightly raised an arc. The chip began to scan and analyze the city, and analyze the exactness of things. Although he already had an answer in his heart, it was a strong fighting spirit emanating from the power of his own Calamity King's authority. Only when another king comes, will there be such a reaction. The king is always alone, and there is only one winner among the kings. In this way, there is only the king of the Lincoln Kingdom, the reason for the Storm King, Gilgamesh. I can't wait to see how powerful the Calamity King's true ability will be. After all, it is a powerful power that can only be possessed by a second-level wizard. Even if it is only one way, it is very monotonous, but it has reached that level of power. The second level top, the third level below. But the real victory and defeat will only be known after the battle. Lin doesn't think he will lose to a small native. The power of authority also depends on who uses it and how who uses it. In the test area of the building, Manami received a call from the president. The seriousness of the problem that had been explained on the call made his face very solemn and serious. Hanging up the phone, he said faintly, "I didn't expect that the king of the storm has come to find this new unknown king, but I'm looking forward to it, looking forward to the battle between the kings. That way there is new data for research. What is the essence of this disaster king's power? I really want to understand it. I really want to conduct research." In the entire experimental area, only his voice was slowly reverberating. "Then how should I choose better? Let the two kings fight and decide the winner, or leave with the unknown king and hide in another safe and secret place?" Manami finally chose an answer, which is to follow his inner thoughts. One, let the two kings fight, so that he may be able to develop and discover more about the essence of the Calamity King's power. How could such an interesting thing prevent him from happening? If human beings can also master the power of the Calamity King, then does it represent the overall evolution of all human beings? There is no doubt that he is a mad scientist. In order to study the power of the Calamity King, he has already given everything. There is nothing more important than his research. Chapter 253. Time passed slowly, and soon 2 days passed. But it can be clearly felt that the whole city has the feeling that the storm is about to come. On this day, Lin looked at the city that was still as usual outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. People were busy running around for their lives, forming a good picture of the world. But the main point of his attention is not here, but in the distant sky. There is a steady stream of wind and clouds gathering. A large number of clouds were torn apart, and various bird creatures fled wildly, forming a forced migration of birds, which are flying towards the city here. The huge tornado drove the mountains and water, tore apart the earth, and tore up the clumps of trees in the mountains. This was extremely terrifying and huge. When the people in the city discovered the situation, the tornado had already arrived here, and the speed was unimaginably fast. The most bizarre thing is that such a huge natural disaster, but did not approve the weather forecast for broadcast, as if it was hidden by some caring people. What the purpose is, of course, it doesn't matter. It is nothing more than the entanglement of interests at the top of the Lincoln state, or the inclination of political power, as well as all kinds of troubles such as the oppression of treasures. It's really annoying. Forget it. I've been here for so many days, and I'm almost done with the preparations. It's time to move around and move on to the next station. The corners of Lin's mouth evoked a slight smile. Of course, he was able to discover the power gathered in the wind and clouds. In the center of the tornado, there was a figure walking away from the wind, and the power related to the wind in the whole world was in his hands. The scene is really big and powerful. He is worthy of being the king of disasters. He can cause huge disasters wherever he goes. Warning, high energy reaction detected. Huge radiation energy fluctuation is approaching. Please pay attention to the relevant staff. Please pay attention to the relevant staff! Exclamation. A red light was on in the building, and various staff members were walking around quickly, packing up and preparing to evacuate. It's not just Manami who can get the news channel. Some other people can always get some news and know that a disaster king is coming. Those who want to survive must run away. The king of calamities means a never-ending catastrophe. The building fell into a brief chaos, and some undercover agents from other forces hidden in the building began to have their own plans and conspiracies. In short, the water has been completely turbid, and all parties are involved in it, and it comes very quickly. Why, are you all right? Evacuate with me quickly. Mr. Manami has prepared the corresponding helicopter. At this time, Wu Yimeng pushed open the door and walked in, with a look of panic on her face, as if she knew something. What happened? Why do you feel like there is chaos everywhere? There's no time to explain now, come with me. Lin was taken to the roof of the building by Wu Yimeng. On the way, he also met several disaster stars who came to protect Lin. Of course, the name is protection, and the real and exact purpose is estimated to be to monitor oneself. On the balcony on the top floor of the building, Manami was already waiting there, and a helicopter was parked beside it, ready to fly. "Mr. Hay, you are finally here, let's get on the plane and leave here." "I don't understand, is this something urgent?" Lin and Wu Yimeng boarded the helicopter, followed by Manami, but Lin noticed that he was also carrying a backpack. Thinking of the storm that swept in, he instantly understood the ins and outs. Interesting, this person seems to want to completely collide with the Storm King, and even actively trigger this situation. The Lincoln state officials definitely did not instruct this way, because for the officials, the more disaster kings there are, the better the national strength can be. A fundamental disagreement has arisen, and this person's purpose is not simple. But it doesn't matter. Originally, Lin's purpose was to leave this place, and a perfect plan came into his mind. As the helicopter drove away, the storm that came from the sea was getting closer and closer. Even if it was separated by more than half of the city, it could still feel the attraction. This guy also has another purpose, that is, he encountered the King of Storms. The way to escape, King Zhao's, is to escape from the ground or underground. But he chose a helicopter. The power of the two kings is so obvious. You can lock the target at the fastest speed and come. Guy Kai tail. It was the gust of wind that swept in. Sure enough, Lin's guess was right. The King of Storms was here. The huge tornado tore down the high-rise buildings and swept them directly in the direction of the helicopter they were flying in. The terrifying suction force pulled the blades of the helicopter slowly, creating a shaky feeling. There was a deep meaning in Manami's eyes, and it was obvious that a flash of joy flashed past. The collision of the two kings has begun. Chapter 254. In good condition, 5 more. The gust of wind swept through, and the huge tornado was like the only true god in the world, rushing directly. No way, the tornado is really too big, but it is coming towards us. The attraction has made the helicopter no longer able to operate. If it goes on like this, it will crash. The driver issued the final announcement, and then he even started wearing a parachute backpack, apparently preparing to skydive. "What should I do now, Mr. Manami? Do you have any more parachute backpacks?" Wu Yimeng asked anxiously that she was still playing her own role. She really didn't know anything and thought she was the Wu Yimeng. Lin was too lazy to act at this time. He just stared blankly at the tornado that swept in. The helicopter could no longer move forward. This traction was pulling the helicopter toward the center of the tornado. I also forgot to prepare it, damn it. Manami said with regret on his face. I forgot to prepare a parachute. I thought that the helicopter would be able to escape the city directly. I didn't expect that the final result would be like this. Now there are only 2 parachutes on the helicopter. Indeed, at a glance, one of the 2 parachutes was on the pilot's body, and the other was on Manami himself. At this time, Manami took out a pistol and shot it directly at the driver. Boom! The bullet passed between the pilot's eyebrows, and blood spattered on the windshield in front of the helicopter. With the death of the pilot, the helicopter lost control and was pulled over by the tornado. Between shaking and spinning, Manami had already taken off the driver's backpack and threw it to Lin. "Mr. He, there is only so much I can do. Next, we can only see who of us can survive. There is really no way." This move by Manami shocked Wu Yimeng. "Mr. Manami, you. There is no way, if you want to live, you have to do this." Manami looked deeply at one glance. Lin seemed to be expecting something, then jumped off the plane without looking back, and was pulled away by the attraction. Only Lin and Wu Yimeng were left on the helicopter. "Why should we leave as soon as possible? If we continue like this, only death is waiting for us." Lin yawned lazily. He was too lazy to act, so he jumped out of the helicopter. As for the parachute backpack, it was reserved for Wu Yimeng's clone. Clones are also sad, they are only used as tools, but they don't even know it. The end result is often very tragic. However, Wu Yimeng seemed to have misunderstood something, thinking that Lin would take the initiative to beg for death in order to survive. No. Why? She cried, finally, with determination on her face. Why? I don't believe that you just died like this. I will definitely come to you. I want to live, even with your share. The moment Lin jumped from the helicopter, he had already transformed his body through the ability of the plague mutation factor. The plague and the body are closely related. To put it bluntly, the plague is related to viruses, microorganisms, and bacteria. The original mutation factor was able to reach this interface. But with the blessing of the power of disaster, and Lin becoming the plague king of this world, his mutation factor can reach the stage of genetics and fundamentally transform a life. It can be said that evolution can also be said to mutate. With the effect of the plague mutation factor, Lin's body collided continuously, and one after another pustules grew under the skin, and then the skin of those pustules was directly pierced by the things inside, revealing 6 pairs of large wings, which could make Lin move freely in the tornado and will not be pulled over. If my own plague mutation factor also mutates and transforms human beings, it is estimated that this world will become a doomsday mutant world. Just like the mutation factor world that Lin had experienced before. He imagined that scene. It was really a natural disaster at the end of the day. Thinking about it, if he wanted to become the king of destruction, it seemed even easier. But unfortunately, Master Lin is a man who wants to be the savior of the world. The bad guy has nothing to do with him at all. A subtle smile appeared on Lin's face. I'm facing a powerful disaster, King. I need to take it a little more seriously, and I still have to call back some of my power. In order to implement his plan, Lin has spread the soul mutation factor to all parts of the world. The Xia countryside is in place, and the Lincoln countryside is almost the same. It also means that he has distributed as much as 50% of his own power. Moreover, this part of the plague mutation factor resides in the bodies of other disaster stars, and will absorb the power of the disaster stars over time, becoming stronger, or distributed in the sky over the world, absorbing the power of the disaster star. A catastrophic force that exists at the 3rd level. So in the end, Lin can always be strong, and he can be everywhere, and the whole world can be him. This is unstoppable. Unfortunately, I was too kind and didn't use the mutation factor to absorb human body energy. Apostrophe with a thought, Lin activated the plague mutation factor in this city to mutate. The major disaster stars in the city, whether recessive or phenotypic, could not escape. At the same time, the plague mutation factor over the city entered Lin's body, replenishing his strength, and the flesh and blood on his body changed more. Substantial things also appeared in the air, forming blood-colored eyeballs. Surrounded by him, like a multi-eyed demon from hell. Kai Kai. Finally, following the pulling force of the tornado, Lin came to the center and began to face it. In the center of the high-speed rotating uncertain situation, a huge face gradually formed, staring at Lin. "Hello, pretty boy." Lin greeted this face with a smile. Apparently the other party ignored Lin's kindness. His face suddenly twisted, obviously very angry, then he opened his mouth and swallowed Lin directly. "I never imagined that one day I would be swallowed by someone else." The voice reverberated. Gradually vanished. Chapter 255. In the center of the huge tornado, there is absolutely no water hyacinth, as those researchers said. As long as it goes in, it will not be hurt, but can float in it. Lin just wanted to slap the person who said that a few times. Now he is at the center of the huge storm, and the maximum daring force is acting on him. Compared with the outside, it is even more different. I am afraid that a car made of pure steel will be destroyed in this position. The torn, deformed and twisted, and can no longer be restored to its original state. Tear. The clothes on his body were completely shattered, and he became a pure body of flesh and blood, but under the action of the plague mutation factor, the skin began to adapt spontaneously, and Darwin's survival of the fittest began to show. A layer of thick leather armor has grown out, and at the same time, the structure of bone and flesh tissue has also begun to change, full of extreme softness, and can withstand extreme pressure and pulling force from all aspects in such stormy weather. I really look down on me, gathering such a huge disaster force, from the other side of the Lincoln Kingdom, all the way to set off a storm, forming such a huge scale, in the Disaster King. It's amazing inside, and it's already invincible. Lin was enduring the storm. He was like a feather. Even though he was hit again, he couldn't do any damage. His words were answered by a curious and domineering voice. You can see it very clearly, yes, you are also a Disaster King after all. Only the king can understand the essence of our power, and the source. That's war, disaster, the cry of the crowd, the loss of reason. This sound is ubiquitous in the storm, unpredictable and unpredictable. That's true, so what do you want to do next to defeat me? Lin asked curiously. You should say what is your purpose. Lin really doesn't know this. The other party is also a Disaster King like himself. Not only is it difficult for the plague mutation factor to penetrate into his body, but even if he wants to touch the influence, he will be enveloped by the disaster force and storm around him. Power to disperse. The same opponent also has a headache for Lin, because such a storm force that has gathered a lot of power of disaster cannot solve Lin. It is really hard to imagine what else can bring indelible to Lin. Devastating blow. My purpose is of course for you, the unknown king. Until now, I still haven't discerned who your authority is. What are you hiding? It's really curious. In the center of the eye of the storm, a domineering figure came out, with long fluttering hair, shining golden armor, quite ancient characteristics, and his face was full of a combination of heroism and femininity. I have to say that this is a very stunning woman. It's just a pair of eyes that are too annoying, very arrogant. It can be said that they are too arrogant and self-confident, and they become very unrestrained. As the king of this land, of course I am qualified to meet other kings. If I can regain a king into my command, that is the most honorable thing. Gilgamum said with a frenzy on her face. Lin has a smile on his face. This guy is really confident, he still wants to accept him as a younger brother. What do you rely on? It's just a little bigger than a coconut, and not greedy enough to swallow an elephant. If that's the case, then he will teach this guy a little lesson. Come on then. The plague mutation factor in the body has completely adapted to the rhythm and frequency of this storm. The wings that were torn off at the moment have grown again, and are more powerful than before, and they can move with the power of this storm. Evil bone spurs emerged from all the vital points of Lin, and the next moment, black rays of light erupted from both hands, rushing directly towards Gilgamum. However, there was a surprise in his heart, knowing that he seemed to think badly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Gilgamum, and his palm almost touched her. Lin looked at the expressionless face of the other party, and suddenly smiled. This is not your body. You can deceive even my eyes. The Disaster King is really not simple. If I touch it your body, I am afraid it will be torn into pieces in an instant. He felt the storm around him. The power of a tornado can't be so small, it's much more than it was just now. I'm afraid your body is the avatar formed by the most terrifying storm. It is your greatest strength, and your body is this whole tornado. Interpunct 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 Lin said with almost certainty. You guessed it right, but there is no reward. This is the power of disaster that I have gathered for a long time, and it is also the most powerful clone of nature's lightning storm. You can no longer avoid this blow. Gilgamum in front of her said with a smile, how could she underestimate the enemy? Arrogance is her nature, but treating the enemy solemnly is engraved in her bones. If you can survive my strongest move, I will recognize you and make you my man, ha ha ha. Gilgamum said arrogantly. The next moment her skin began to crack, and she instantly became nothingness, and turned to an uncertain lightning storm in front of her. The speed of lightning is too fast, and there is the blessing of the power of endless storms. 0 The answer is just a moment. Even with Lin's neural reaction speed, he was hit by a large number of lightning storms before he had time to react. The extreme lightning burst with dazzling electric light, along with a large amount of storm power, obliterating everything in Lin. The thick skin on the body was torn instantly, and the plague mutation factor in the body made Darwinian resistance and adaptation to the survival of the fittest. It was indeed very effective, but the speed of destruction was still too fast. The speed of repair is not as fast. It can only be like a splendid firework, which becomes a volatile brilliance in the tornado. It's over. It seems that I still haven't caught my strongest move. I'm still not qualified to be my man. An arrogant voice gradually echoed in the tornado, all the power of the storm gradually retracted, and finally converged into Gilgam's body. With fear on her face, what a terrible enemy, such a keen insight and mind. Fortunately, he is still dead. It's a pity, the nameless king. Next in an instant, she turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. In a nearby ruined and disfigured street, a large number of plague mutation factors permeating the air began to combine and begin to replicate themselves, and soon a new Lin grew up, which was no different from the original. With a subtle smile on his face, the plan is going well, it's time for the next stop, Paris. 2. Chapter 256. There was a faint smile on Lin's face. The result of the battle just now, who wins and who loses, is actually not that important. The important thing is that Lin needs to accomplish his goal. A plan that I set up in my mind. Part of it is to find a way to disappear from the sight of the world. Of course, it doesn't disappear completely, it can only disappear from the sight of the Lincoln country. What he has to do in Lincoln country has been done, and the next big forces will be. If someone discovers the plague mutation factor he spread in the world, the means he does will still cause some small troubles. The origin of that prophecy, the origin of that prophecy. It is one of Lin's only 4 fears in this world. As for the other 3, his destined opponent in the prophecy, or the entire world of humans going mad together. The last one is the most terrifying, and the one that makes Lin the most fearful. Subconsciously, he glanced at the sky and seemed to be able to see something deeper. I hope that the last thing I fear will not happen, but everything must be prepared to prevent it from happening. This is why he has the ability to solve this so-called Storm King, and there are more Disaster Kings. But he doesn't do it. He is planning and laying out a big game. The authorities are completely mature. After the formation, even if the 4 things that he is afraid of happen at the same time, He can completely destroy everything and become the final winner. Most of the entire city has been destroyed. There are collapsed buildings and ruins everywhere. At least hundreds of thousands of people died in such a big storm. You must know that the total population of this city can reach 5 or 6 million. Lin could already feel the constant force of disaster. Without the guidance of the Disaster King and the control of the Disaster Star, he gradually flowed into the sky spontaneously and disappeared. A dead person can be considered a disaster, and everything that was originally intact can be considered a disaster after it is destroyed. For the Disaster King, in their eyes, human beings are not the same kind at all, they are just tools that can achieve the generation of disaster power. The more people die, the greater the power of disaster that will be triggered. Gilgamesh chose this in order to overwhelm Eren in one fell swoop. It has to be said that the effect brought about is very outstanding. Lin calculated that he would need at least 80% of his current strength to be able to kill Gilgamesh here. It's beheading, not defeating. Lin's strength is one of the 2 kings in the prophecy, so naturally there are only a few who can be his opponents. Gilgamesh is not among them, and even the Calamity King of the 5 major powers, together, whether they can deal with Lin who is full of firepower is a big problem. Suddenly, there was some movement in the surrounding environment. Lin detected the mutation factors that permeated the large and small corners of the entire city, and found the source of the movement. A team seems to be undercover agents from other forces who have sneaked in. They are using various instruments to collect data and records. By the way, they are also investigating the specific situation here. London country, interesting. An idea appeared in Lin's mind, which made the plan more perfect. Although it was not the national power he wanted, it was okay to go to London. It's really the way to deliver. Lin had a subtle smile on his face. He was still thinking about how to get to another big power. Now he was really dozing off. Someone gave him a pillow. Zero. Captain, wouldn't it be too dangerous for us to be exposed like this? If we are caught by the officials of the Lincoln Nation, I'm afraid it won't end so well. Now and this opportunity is the best opportunity. If there is an unexpected harvest, isn't that the purpose of our undercover here? There are 5 members of this team, and the leader persuaded the concerns of the 2 team members. Soon they found a place where high-energy radiation reacted under the exploration of the instrument. Captain, look, there's a big deep pit here, and there's another person in it. But he's already in a coma, said one of the players in terms of body shape. Shouldn't it be? The leader walked over to check with excitement. When he saw Lin lying in tatters and not knowing his life and death, his eyes burst with unprecedented light. This is actually the King of Calamities. The nameless King of Calamities, we sent it. This is the biggest receipt. The leader suppressed his excitement and said, this matter is an absolute secret. The value of a Disaster King is enough to break the current balance. It should be a battle between 2 kings. The nameless king was injured and unconscious here. We will leave him to the London country, and the Lord will reward us with a lot of supplies and other. There was joy in everyone's eyes, and there was a consensus in their eyes. Their invisible side faces the corner of Lin's mouth lifted slightly. Chapter 257. The country of London is different from other major powers. This country is centralized, and it is led by the Lord and the royal family where the Lord belongs. In this power, the Lord of the country is above everything else. The words of the Lord of the country are the truth, and the rights of the royal family take precedence over others. When Lin opened his eyes, he found himself on a huge warm bed. The white gauze curtain was dotted with diamonds. It was very beautiful. Even the quilts on the bed were very precious and gorgeous. Honorable King, you are awake. A soft voice came into Lin's ears. Not only Lin was alone on the bed, but there were 2 or 3 beautiful women beside him, one of whom seemed to be the blonde woman with the highest status. he whispered softly in Lin's ear. He knew all the way to London, as well as what happened now. I have to say that this London country is different from other people, and it is still a beauty trick. If so, he can accept it. The first one is an emotional plan. This one is a beauty plan. Lin wondered, what strategy will the next Paris Congress use? Countermeasures? In order to make the most natural reaction, Lin said blankly, "What's wrong with me? Where am I? Why did I suddenly appear here?" "It's okay, my respected king, this can be your home and our home." The candle flame of warm color reflects the whole room and is full of warmth, and the petals that do not know where they come from fall down, bringing a special smell. Lin's heart moved. It was an old routine. This petal has that effect. Why do I feel so dizzy? I'm not fighting that terrible woman. Why am I here? A dazed look appeared on Lin's face in time. A pair of pure white arms gently hugged him, and a unique fragrance came to his face. "It's okay, respected king, everything is the release of fate, you just need to relax." Several women were talking so softly, and Lin's consciousness seemed to be really dazed, and he fell down in a trance. An inexplicable color flashed in the blonde woman's eyes, and then a flash of blush. In the end, it turned into a no-brainer. The warm flames are confusing, reflecting the elongated shadows. In another room just separated by a wall, there are two people talking. Do you think this method really works? Even the daughters of the royal family are given away. This is too exaggerated. The grey-haired minister frowned and said, "His name is Copic." And the blonde old man who was talking to him was the Lord of London, called Denton. Denton said with a faint look, "There is no hero who will not stay on the body of beauty. Not to mention Hathaway is the most beautiful princess in my country of London. The princess and the king may develop into an unbreakable emotion in the long run. It will be perfect. If you can recover a king, it's okay to let Hathaway sacrifice, but another king, Your Excellency Muttasegara, wouldn't you have any opinion?" Copic expressed his concerns. Denton wasn't worried. He said with a smile, "Your Excellency Muttasegara, let's talk separately, you don't have to worry too much. Since that's the case, let's implement this plan better. I can't think of 3 days before this nameless king will be on our side. After all, Hathaway is the flower of the empire." At the same time, on the other side of the country of London, the White Church stands tall and erect, with the most holy nun praying in it, with the bells echoing far away. It belongs to another disaster king, the king of snow and snow related to the natural wind and snow, where Muttasegara lives. As the most holy nun and the only king of London, Muttasegara can feel a lot of things, and she can also feel the arrival of Lin. After all, the power of the wind and snow she has mastered can sense the invasion of an ominous and evil force. Her face was as holy and beautiful as a holy angel descended from the earth. She walks out of the church in a white nun's uniform and looked at the clear sky. Another unknown king, he doesn't seem to be a good person to get along with. I can feel what the king released over the city of London, but I don't feel his threat to the city of London. It's really strange. This is also the reason why Muttasegara didn't shoot Lin directly. She hesitated. In fact, Lin is targeting some groups with catastrophic power, not the entire human race, so there is no threat to the London layer. I hope things are as I imagined, and they can develop steadily and peacefully, but we still need to intervene. This evil and unknown force is really a headache. If it breaks out in an all-round way, it will definitely cause a huge disaster. Muttasegara noticed Lin's plague mutation factor, and her power of wind and snow can also be controlled in the most subtle way, and ordinary kings may not be able to discover it. Immediately, she directly triggered the disaster authority in her body, and tiny ice particles appeared beside her, then flew directly to the sky, and began to absorb water molecules in the air and combine with them. More ice particles were formed, exuding a slightly bright silver luster, covering one plague mutation factor after another. A thin film that was invisible to the naked eye soon formed, isolating the development of the plague mutation factor. Lin, who was on the warm bed, opened his eyes, and thought flashed in his eyes, then closed his eyes again, and continued to fall into a deep sleep. Interesting, my plague mutation factor was actually blocked, and I am the king of the power of wind and snow. Some people look at it, but it seems that my temperament is not good. On the balcony of the London church, Mata Segura didn't seem to notice that a red eyeball composed of plague mutation factors was looking at her. All her actions are seen in her eyes. It's finally finished. I hope it will be useful. I should talk to that king later. Mata Segura had a slightly tired look on her face. Using such a huge range of wind and snow power, she only relied on her own strength because she did not have the support of a large amount of disaster power. It is still difficult to support. This nameless king is very powerful. Chapter 258. A month has passed. In this month, except for some people in London who knew about the existence of Lin, the rest of the big forces all thought that the nameless king was killed by the King of the Storm. One of the 10 great calamity kings is forever missing. Do you believe that this nameless king has really been killed? Isn't this an obvious thing? Our Storm King Ying used that trick. Not many people can resist it. In the Battle of the Five Kings 10 years ago, it was the one that let the Grizzlies power. The king has been severely injured, and this time the unknown king is in the hidden stage of ability, and it is naturally possible to be killed. In the presidential palace of Lincoln State, the conversation between the president and the Secretary of Defense continued. That's true, Gil Gamam is really powerful, and she was able to kill the king. Washington's eyes were faint, obviously he was not sincere, because the only means of restraint was gone, and now the arrogance of the other party in this land will definitely be more arrogant. But there is no way out. Humans cannot fight against the Calamity King. But this time, the things in the prophecy are deviated. What the prophecy can say is that the King of Destruction caused the disaster of the destruction of the world. Could it be that Gil Gamam did it? Alas! When will the glory of mankind come? There is still no progress in studying the nature of the Calamity King's power. There was great disappointment in Washington's eyes. But there are still some turning points. It is said that Dr. Manami has made some progress. I hope it can bring me some good news. Among the high-level officials of the Xia Kingdom, they are also planning this rather astonishing plan, that is, the failure of the maritime war, the shameful action. No matter what, we must bring our compatriots back. Why are our classmates our future flowers? The Lincoln Kingdom is a so-called robber? On the surface, it says why our classmates have been killed. In fact, who can you know, I am more inclined to hide why they are classmates. Yuan Guofeng seemed to have come out at this moment, with a very determined expression. Okay, the task of investigating and rescuing He this time will be handed over to you. The Emperor of Xia State solemnly said to Yuan Guofeng that many officials in the court did not say much. This is a hot matter, and it would be great if someone could take the initiative to stop it. Wait, why, we will meet again, others believe you are dead. But I can't believe it. Yuan Guofeng recalled the situation of that day. The other party's extremely indifferent expression and eyes, everything seemed extremely understated, as if he had mastered everything. The death of the female secretary, the blooming blood flower, was simply the eternal source of pain in his heart. Yuan Guofeng's eyes were extremely deep. Why, we will still meet after all, I know there will be such a day. Lin walked out of the room, looking at the bright sunlight. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he knew that the sunlight was not pure, it was isolated by a thin film of ice particles, and the sunlight was reflected. It will also be time to meet the Snow King. He has become the new Marquis of London, and he can communicate with anyone anywhere without any obstruction. Of course, this identity is not known to outsiders. London Church. Looking at the Holy Church, Lin walked in with an inexplicable smile on his face. "You are here, the nameless king." At the top of the church, Lin saw the target of this time, Mata Sekara, who was wearing a nun's uniform. "Don't you want to see me? I'm here." Lin smiled faintly. "Tell me your purpose, nameless king." Mata Sekara is just like the theme, her expression is very solemn, and there is a tendency to fight when there is a disagreement. Before he came, Lin had already chosen his speech, and he had a plan to take advantage of it. Although this woman is a disaster king and can even discover the existence of her own plague mutation factor, she has a big weakness, that is, her behavioral cognition seems to be very naive. To put it simply, it is as if, like the little girls who have experienced it, there is still the so-called redemption for the world in her heart. One will not kill people easily. My purpose is to save, and I don't have any malice. I believe you have heard the prophecy, the story of the King of Destruction and the King of Salvation, but I don't believe in this so-called prophecy. I only believe in myself. I am willing to use my actions to save the world, and I came to London mainly for you, Snow King. Lin said slowly, describing his aspirations and goals. His eyes were extremely sincere, and there was absolutely no flaw that anyone could see. At least the woman in front of her was absolutely invisible, and he was right. He really wanted to do this. Mata Sekara was silent. She felt the sincerity of the other party, and the other party did not lie. Lin interrupted the other party's speech and brought it into the rhythm of his own thinking. It all depends on your own choice. I invite you to use our own actions to prevent the prophecy from happening. We are the real kings of salvation. Mata Sekara's eyes were full of brilliance, and she felt that there was a ray of light on Lin's body. She had never seen it before, but it was extremely dazzling. I promise you, I will cooperate with you. But what can we do to save the world and save the future of mankind? Where is our enemy? Lin's heart moved, and it really wasn't easy to fool around. Of course, I have already made some real discoveries. Of King Zhao's, our enemy is now hiding in the dark, brewing a conspiracy to subvert the whole world. His purpose is to set off an unprecedented catastrophe, and then get a huge amount of the power of disaster, complete your own purpose, and become the king of destruction in the prophecy. Tale. It is very likely to start with destructive weapons in the hands of major forces, such as nuclear weapons, causing the real king of disasters. Lin made up a reason casually, but he was stunned all of a sudden, thinking that there really was such a possibility. No, there should be a high possibility. He can think of it casually. How can other people not think of it? Don't forget, the essence of the power of disaster is to set off a disaster and destroy everything in the civilized order. What could be more massive than the disaster that the nuclear weapons all over the world broke out, and the power of disaster that gathered together was unimaginable even for Lin. Chapter 259. It's been a bit watery recently. I'm stuck in a bottleneck. I'm uncomfortable. I shouldn't delay, I should speed up the progress. After this chapter, I'll speed up the progress. It's school. I won't describe so much in the future, just be direct. As soon as possible pull up. If that possibility really happened, even a pig under the blessing of such a terrifying disaster force could instantly crush the 10 disaster kings. Interesting, it's really interesting. I seem to have discovered something extraordinary. It should be said that it is an extraordinary possibility. Lin was thinking in his heart. The plan needs to be changed a little bit. Maybe I really want to become the savior, the so-called king of savior. But he still hasn't escaped Lin's control. As long as the plague mutation factor stays in various parts of the world for longer, the final result must be that he wins. The only variable may really be this. I think what you said is very possible. I promise you to help you. Mata Sekara said seriously. welcome." Lin shook hands with the other party. The mysterious ancient altar, in addition to the figure who experienced the prophecy event there before, now comes a new figure. "It's time, a new era is coming." It echoed slowly with a frenzied voice, followed by a corpse, and 2 corpses were thrown on top of the altar. "I believe that he is not dead yet. He still exists. The 10 Calamity Kings and the prophecies are just to welcome his return. I have already studied and understood the source of all these powers. The King of Demolition is powerful, and it is also an unbreakable shackle. He can only accept the arrangement of fate for the rest of his life, and become his pawn in the end. Only by truly breaking the boat and breaking everything can he be completely freed from it." Their long golden hair fluttered slightly. This was a very handsome man, with unwilling determination in his eyes. What he has to do is to rob him, get rid of him, and become him. The source of the disaster power. With my wisdom, I have only discovered a clue, but even this made me almost die. The so-called power of the king's authority has no effect at all. Flaney clenched his fists and said, "The King of Demolition, Flaney, the disaster king of the Grizzly Kingdom. He has successfully mastered all the rights of the Grizzlies, including the button. As long as he chooses to press it, it will be the end of everything, but he has been waiting for the complete gathering of the 10 kings. It's too slow, it's still too slow. 7 of the top 10 kings have appeared, and I have killed 2 of them, plus the one that came out recently, which is the 8th one, and there are 2 remaining. I don't know when it can only appear, or it has already appeared, but I don't know. I can't wait so long at all, no. Maybe when the world is destroyed, what should come will come. The so-called prophecy is really ridiculous. I guess it is the king of the world." Flaney laughed at himself. After all, this is to gamble the fate of all mankind a handful, to create an opportunity. The entire human race has made me alone, but I have no regrets. The power of disaster brought about by destroying the world, combined with my blasting authority, even if my power comes from him, I can compare to him for a period of time. Then swallow him and I will be reborn. He decided to start pressing the last button after a month. Sometimes the destruction of the world does not require a lot, just 1 button is enough. No matter how rational the other forces are, after being baptized by nuclear weapons, they will also hold the idea of common destruction. The result is actually doomed, it's just a test of human nature. Chapter 260. A large ship sailed towards Lincoln Country. This was a member of the investigation team led by Yuan Guofeng. The upper-level people on both sides had almost negotiated it. Yuan Guofeng's investigation was said to be tacit approval. After all, it is about a disaster king. No matter how people are in Lincoln Country, the other party is also talking about death. No one knows the specific situation. Yuan Guofeng is very informative on this point. He leads a relatively special disaster star. He has the ability to predict, and he can definitely find out the corresponding information. It's finally here, this Lincoln Country. Yuan Guofeng has been able to see the many media waiting for them on the dock, some senior officials of the other side. They are equivalent to visiting personnel, and should be treated like this. "Welcome all foreigners to our country of Lincoln, welcome." After a simple courtesy, Yuan Guofeng went straight to the point. "This time I came here mainly to complete the friendship between our 2 countries, and I hope that our friendship can continue. Yes, yes, it is inevitable and certain." Both sides said words that they didn't quite believe in each other, and along with the flashing lights, a newspaper hand in hand appeared on the table of the leaders of the major forces. Lin also looked at the newspaper with a smile on his face. "Looks like our master Yuan has come out of the last failure." "That's right, more than half a month has passed since Lin came to London, and everything has passed by with the passage of time. The arrangement in London is almost complete, and Lin is going to find an opportunity to leave to go to other major forces and bury his plague mutation factor. I don't know why I always have a hunch that maybe something is going to happen. Lin's eyes were incomparably deep, which was mainly due to the induction of the plague mutation factor, as if the disaster force in the whole world would undergo a very different change. Originally, Lin's plan was to spread his plague mutation factor all over the world. When various disasters occurred, when the disaster force was not controlled and scattered in the sky, the plague mutation factor would leave those disaster forces behind. Come down and absorb them. Before long, Lin will be powerful to a level that is nothing but imagination, far exceeding the limits of the Disaster King. But thinking of the global outbreak of nuclear weapons gave him a new idea. Interpunct 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 interpunct. It's definitely not just me who has this idea. Maybe other disaster kings have also thought of this. I can't guarantee that they are ready to start the plan of destroying the world. The so-called king of destroying the world will be born here. What? Lin said quietly. But the most important point is that the power of disaster is not controlled by anyone. On the contrary, it can accept any disaster king to carry out. Even if the end of the world occurs, the power of disaster will also allow Lin to carry out manipulate. It can be said that the Battle of the Ten Kings is almost useless in this way. Limitations. I'm really curious. The corpse of the great existence I saw is indeed real, but is he really dead? This is what Lin cares about most. Prophecy, the power of disaster, 10 kings, many disaster stars, and human beings. The battle of the 10 kings that must happen in the future, the last king. Why do I have a kind of chasing after raising goo? So what happened to the last king? If he was still alive? The answer is terrifying. Earth. Chapter 261. After a week or so, Lin used the characteristics of the plague mutation factor to separate a clone of himself in the London country, and slowly engage in boring brainwashing tricks with these politicians. As for his deity, he got on the big ship bound for Paris. About 4 days later, the goal was successfully reached. It really is a different kind of scenery. Looking at this completely different scene, Lin walked onto the wharf. The city is very prosperous. After all, it is close to the wharf, and there are trade exchanges on all sides. He casually bought a house in this city, and Lin started his leisurely career just like that. Days passed, and he spread a large number of plague mutation factors into the sky above the city. With the operation of natural airflow, it spread to more regions and cities. Half a month later, the entire city of Paris has been covered, and a special thing has been left on the Iron Tower that symbolizes the glory of Paris. A pair of blood-colored eyeballs are embedded at the top of the tower, overlooking the entire capital city. It is said that the King of Paris exists in the capital. Therefore, Lin did not rashly enter the deeper part of Paris. The kings all had feelings for each other. Anova, the king of earthquakes, has the power to subvert the earth, and can easily destroy a city and crack the earth. It's really strange, I didn't feel his breath. Could it be that he didn't exist in the capital, so where did he go? The blood-colored eyeballs revealed some surprises. Lin thought for a while, and thought of something, and then the blood-colored eyeballs closed, turned into the plague mutation factor in the air, and became invisible. In addition to witnessing the brilliance, the streets and alleys of the city also have dark corners that cannot be erased, where things that are difficult for ordinary people to imagine happen. Help, help, is there anyone here to save me? The cry for help, came from the depths of the path, and it seemed that 4 or 5 figures could be seen surrounding a very beautiful, petite girl, and naturally there was only one thought. Your father owes us so much money. He committed suicide and died. But who will pay our money back, as long as we can find you, a lovely person? 0. The speaker was a young gangster with dyed blonde hair. They were members of a nearby gang. They were doing some dark and grey business, and they had been eyeing this woman for a long time. You lie, my father doesn't owe you any money at all, he was killed by you, not suicide. The girl's eyes were full of anger, and Claire was about to explode with anger. These robbers, after killing their father, are now targeting her. It's over, what can I do? She's just a woman with no power, what should she do to protect herself? This woman's appearance is not bad, it's better for brothers to give it to you first. The blonde bastard opened his mouth, and everyone else's eyes showed a hint of emotion, and then he surrounded him hideously. It just happens that this place is also suitable, and the environment is not disturbed by anyone. Lin just turned around from the small alley in the deepest part of the trail when he saw this scene. His face didn't change at all, but speechless flashed in his eyes. Just going out for a walk, strolling around, you can also encounter this kind of classic bridge. This is true. Chapter 262. Several gangsters and girls looked over. The former was vigilant and impatient, while the latter was expecting and holding on to a life-saving straw. Lin looked at them as usual. He didn't mean to meddle in his own business. He just came to Paris for a vacation, and he didn't feel obligated to help. Boy, don't meddle in your own business, be careful that I will kill you. The blonde bastard said viciously, with a fierce light in his eyes. He took out the small dagger from his waist. Several other companions also looked over viciously, and they went up to teach Jiang King a lesson if they disagreed. Save me, I'm innocent, they killed my father, and they want to force me. Sir, please save me. Claire said anxiously, her face full of desire. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin just ignored them, yawned and continued to walk forward, soon to reach the exit of the alley. Golden Retriever and a few other gangsters looked at each other and laughed. I didn't expect this kid to be just a turtle with a shrunken head. This time no one will come back, it's just you. Why is this happening? He clearly saw it. He clearly knew that I was being persecuted. Why didn't he help me? Why didn't he save me? There was despair in Claire's eyes, looking at Lin's back full of resentment, not even so much resentment towards a few thugs. Why don't you scream, don't speak, even if you burst your throat, it will have no effect. The Golden Retriever's eyes flashed on Claire's pride, and he swallowed. Hatred flashed in Claire's eyes. She suddenly thought of something, and said loudly, Sir, you did a good job, run quickly, and then go out and tell the sheriff. They will definitely come back to save me, so we are all safe. An inexplicable color flashed in Lin's eyes. He stopped his steps and looked back at the girl. Originally, he didn't intend to pay any attention to these guys. With the opening of these words, it is estimated that trouble will come to him spontaneously. He had already seen some changes in the eyes of those gangsters, and then he charged viciously with the dagger. Boy, you're looking for death, and you want to tell the sheriff to die for me. The sharp dagger stabbed directly at Lin's chest. Interesting, this woman is actually a hidden calamity. I didn't realize that the ability seems to be born just now. Is it because of me? Or what? Resentment? Lin stared blankly at the dagger's stabbing, but looked at the girl in amazement. This is his first surprise, because so far it has not been able to escape his eyes. give me death. When the golden retriever saw Lin, he still ignored him, and his face became surprisingly angry. However, the next moment, the dagger pierced directly and accurately into Lin's chest, and received the feedback of piercing into the body, but the golden retriever screamed in horror. Up. Monster, help, who will help me, this person is a monster. The viscous black liquid spread out from Lin's wound, and wrapped directly on the golden retriever's body. Golem. It directly melted all organic objects, that is, the flesh and blood of this human being. Lin considers himself to be a good person who doesn't have much thought about human beings, but that doesn't mean he is a bad person. However, for existences other than human beings, such as disaster stars and disaster kings, they are not so easy to get along with. And now, this girl has become a disaster star. Lin looked over with faint eyes. Chapter 263. 5 Watch. In the future, 1,000 words and 1 watch. The rhythm is faster. The more words will make me more watery. 1,000 words can make me quickly speed up the plot. I am cold, my brothers are gone, I can only rely on it. Was exposed, the fees were cheaper, and only 3 chapters were worth 1 chapter. Monster. Run away. A few thugs saw something they had never seen in their life. Their boss was actually killed by this monster in front of their eyes. What was the black liquid, and it radiated purple light. The panic on their faces testified to the panic in their hearts, and they started to run away, crawling and crawling. You. What the hell are you? Don't come here, sorry. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Claire's 3 views were completely broken. What did she see? A living person was melted into a pool of pus in an instant by others. This is no longer something that humans can do. Superpower? Mutant? Paris State's secret weapon? Looking at Lin's strange eyes, Claire knew that the other party had been staring at her, so she quickly got up and prepared to escape. She is not stupid, on the contrary she is very smart, as can be seen from knowing how to use Lin to get rid of the harassment of these gangsters. Seeing such a scene, she would definitely be killed by the other party without leaving her alive, but as soon as she took a step or two, her body instantly stiffened. Because in front of her, the gangsters who escaped and left just now fell silently to the ground, gradually seeming to be corroded and swallowed by some existence, still the same fate as the golden retriever gangster just now. She is smart and knows that it is impossible to escape. Don't kill me, I'm innocent, I didn't see anything, please. Looking at Alinka, who came over, she knelt directly on the ground, with desire in her eyes. Lin looked at Claire lightly. You have great potential, and you are the same person as me. I need to do an experiment on you. Probably using the plague mutation factor to carry out the mutation experiment on flesh and blood. Lin's flesh and blood knowledge has reached a very deep stage, so it can be carried out. In front of this new disaster star, the biggest and most useful is this. There is a high probability that there is a discussion on the ability of the disaster star, and how the disaster power can be used by the disaster star and the disaster king. No. I beg you. I really don't know anything. Claire cried, tears falling from her eyes drop by drop, which was extremely pitiful. Slap. Lin snapped his fingers gently, and black bloodlines appeared on his skin, gathering in all directions of his body. Plague mutation factors had already filled every aspect of the city. As long as he wanted to, he could instantly make him humans or calamities mutate. However, the instructions he gave are only aimed at the disaster star. People with disaster power will not activate it. At most, it only absorbs part of the life energy to enhance the supply of the plague mutation factor. The harm to humans is probably malnutrition and a small illness. Claire felt the change in her body, as if something was acting in her body. The crisis between life and death, the sense of panic that my body was not manipulated was driving him crazy. It was at this time that she felt the power of her own disaster. A layer of green light appeared on the surface of her body. It seemed to be the power of self-healing and healing. It was quite effective in removing the influence of the plague mutation factor in her body. The plague mutation factor, which was working originally, was forced into a corner of Claire's body, restoring her ability to control herself. Interesting. Lin's eyes moved slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is also the reason why there are too few plague mutation factors in his body, and it is not the plague mutation factor of Lin's core stage in the first stage, but it is spread in the common plague mutation factor in the city. Otherwise it is impossible for a mere disaster star to do this. The ability of self-healing and healing. Then my plague mutation factor experiment can be a little rough. Don't worry about you dying so soon. Lin smiled lightly and knocked him unconscious with a knife. Physical attacks are sometimes more effective. Chapter 264. When Claire woke up, she found herself in a strange place. The light is very dim, online to see a vague figure busy on the operating table in front of her, as if preparing for something. A cold feeling hit her heart, which made her feel very panicked, and then Claire found in horror that her hands and feet could not move, and she was bound to the other bed. Lin's temporarily remodeled laboratory is very simple, but there is no way to do it. The conditions are difficult and he can only adapt. He was mixing some things, such as what he was holding now, the black liquid shaking in the clean test tube, and the little purple light that was glowing, which meant that this plague potion was extraordinary. It added Lin's relatively pure plague mutation factor, which can be said to be very willing. If the ordinary calamity star Lin would not take the pure plague mutation factor into it, he could only use the most common one. Lin is really curious about the core essence of this disaster star. As a newly born disaster star, he is the best experimenter. Whether he still exists, whether the 10 disaster kings and the so-called prophecies are finally to welcome his coming, I need to reveal it. Although Lin has already made all preparations in this regard, if the experiment is successful, that conjecture is confirmed. Perhaps, I can still compete for the last fruit. Lin's expression was inexplicable, and his eyes were extremely deep. The source of the world that was seen through the plague mutation factor, the corpse of the great existence. It is false to say that Lin is not greedy, but if the other party is fake death, cheating the corpse, he will go up so stupid. The result is very tragic, and it is very likely that this part of the mutation factor will be lost. What are you going to do? Please let me go, I don't know anything. Claire was still crying, tears streaming down her face. Lin smiled faintly. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. This is an opportunity instead. If you inject this plague potion and combine my plague mutation factor, you can become your own person, and you can instantly become your own. At that moment, when you come into contact with and face the source of your own disaster power, as long as you, the newly awakened disaster star, are the best experimental subjects, if you are still alive after facing him, you will definitely receive unimaginable gifts, a large number of disaster authority, or directly become a disaster king. Lin remembered that the last time he faced him head-on, wasn't it the same result, that he was given the title of the King of Plagues? What the hell are you talking about? What disaster king, disaster star, what he? I don't understand at all. You are a lunatic, let me go. The sheriff of Paris will be called soon. You will definitely be executed, and executed, you monster. Claire roared as she watched helplessly as the monster injected the black, purple thing into her body. Extreme panic appeared in her heart. This is definitely not a good thing. It will die. It will definitely die. The moment the liquid of the plague potion entered the opponent's body, a violent reaction began to occur. Every blood vessel of Claire was filled with such black and purple, her skin began to tremble, her body began to shake violently. This was an irreversible spasm. His eyes were white, foaming at the mouth, and there was a plague mutation factor in his brain. Lin watched blankly, waiting for the final result. Hopefully it can bring me some good results. His eyes are faint. Chapter 265. Claire felt as if her consciousness had fallen into the extreme darkness, and she was drowsy and unable to get rid of it. This feeling was really uncomfortable. In this way, she didn't know how long she had been wandering, and the pain on her body was far less cruel than the loneliness she brought on her mind. Help. Who will help me? I don't want to die. And I don't want to go on like this. In the end, it seemed that she heard her call, and some different things began to emerge. They were different colors, splendid and colorful, and gathered around her, and then her consciousness was in a trance, and she saw something new. I saw him. That is, in the depths of the world, the source of the mighty river of disaster, a great, huge statue. I don't know how to speculate and know its existence, and tell its glory. Claire watched all this blankly. She felt her own insignificance. She watched, and at the same time, a green light of the same source erupted from her body, which was part of the power of disaster, another form, because she faced him directly, so she had a reaction. This seems to be an instinctive reaction. The closer you are to him, the greater the influence you may have. Lin was very surprised. The injected plague mutation factor, that is, Lin's own existence, was equivalent to Claire using Lin's power to face him directly, so what she can face and see directly means that Lin can face and see. I have fear in my heart, so I have set up a layer of protection, that is, through the medium of this indigenous human disaster star, to face him directly through a layer of protection. There should be no problem. I seem to have researched something. His body is indeed dead, and there is no instinctive consciousness at all. There is only endless passage and corruption, integrating everything into the world. But there is one more important point, right? There is a possibility that his consciousness is still there, after all. This prophecy appeared too strange. Lin faced him again, and he had already ruled out the source of the corpse, so he could implement the next stage of the plan with peace of mind. It's useless to think so much. It's better to take this opportunity to scavenge a little more of the source of disaster power and improve my plague authority. I have a hunch that the last battle will be back soon, and then all kinds of bulls, ghosts, snakes and gods will emerge. Thinking of this, Lin began to use the plague mutation factor to influence Claire, making her devote her whole body to his annotations. Interpunct 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 interpunct. A large amount of disaster power began to gather and merge into Claire's body, which was also intercepted by Lin. Minutes and seconds passed, and more disaster energy was absorbed. Most of the energy was absorbed by Lin, and at most 1% was left for Claire. The gift is about to end, and Claire will also return to the real world. Lin's harvest is very rich, but it's a pity. If you can go directly to the river of disaster, then it will devour the entire river of disaster. To suppress the whole world. Where is the need for such a troublesome plan? In the real world, Claire woke up, her open pupils flashed green light, her authority and ability have increased a lot, and she has reached a stage that is completely different from the disaster star, and at the same time has added some new things. Lin looked at her indifferently and knew what was going on. While he absorbed a lot of disaster power, he was still promoted to the stage of the Disaster King. There was a feeling of destiny. An inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Earth. Chapter 266. Lin watched the green light on Claire's body shine brighter and brighter, and a wave of the same source but with differences spread out. This is the radiation of energy. If you let it go like this, it will easily cause this. Official attention of the state of Paris. They have specialized agencies that can detect it. Thinking of this, Lin took a step forward and put his hand on Claire's forehead. The black-purple plague mutation factor instantly created an insulating film in the new city, binding all fluctuations in it. Waiting for the final stage of Claire's transformation. Time slowly passed an hour. Claire finally stopped the fluctuation of the energy radiation, and then a big mouthful of green mist collapsed, filling every part of the room. This is... Lin's eyes moved slightly. This is the power of the Disaster King, and this form of power is only applicable to 3 kinds of authority. Plague, smoke and poisonous gas. The plague has been occupied by itself, so the only thing left is smoke and poisonous gas. The corners of Lin's mouth raised slightly. It was really interesting. He stretched out his hand directly and touched the top of the green mist. In an instant, the green mist seemed to come alive, rushing towards Lin's hand. Kai. Some subtle changes appear above. Lin felt it carefully. The skin begins to fester, the flesh and blood tissue is also in decay, and it is still invading. The damage ability is terrifying. It can make all things fail and fail. There is also a most special property, that is, it can actually corrode the soul. Lin's eyes lit up, and even he didn't grasp such characteristics. Destroyed soul. But it can only be of average soul quality. One can't shake my mutation factor, and even because it touches the level of the soul, I can reverse it and swallow it directly. Lin named this green mist as green poison for the time being. It is worthy of the power of the Calamity King's authority, and it also involves some secondary roots. But it was precisely that which made Lin's desire to devour. His eyes were full of enthusiasm and longing. Isn't this the best existence that complements my plague mutation factor? It seems that there must be only one between us. I swallow you, or you swallow me. Claire also looked at her viciously. Obviously she remembered everything Lin had done to her. Now that she has the power, it is naturally the time for revenge. Zero, give me death, monster. Thank you for successfully turning me into a monster like you, making me feel the existence of power. Ha ha ha. Claire's eyes were full of resentment. She deeply remembered the pain of being experimented by this guy, the despair of wanting to die again and again, but not dying. A large amount of green mist was sprayed out by her, and it rose sharply in an instant, forming a trend of green mist. It was necessary to break through all the shackles and completely corrode Lin. Am I making a powerful enemy online? The corners of Lin's mouth raised slightly, and his face was very calm. Facing a large amount of green mist, he just snapped his fingers gently. Slap. Everything seemed to be frozen in time, and they stayed where they were, not listening, the disintegrating mist, and Claire's hideous expression. What have you done? Claire clearly felt this meaning in her eyes. Chapter 26 Chapter 7. At this moment, Claire felt an irresistible restraint force. She bound her body firmly, and even her strength could not be exerted at all. No matter how she erupted, it would be of no avail. It's like he lost control of his body and became a walking dead. How could this kind of thing happen to me? I've already gained power, I've become a monster. It won't be like this. A power so powerful that it can overturn the world, how can it be? Claire gritted her teeth, the resentment and hatred in her eyes almost overflowing. Damn it. Damn it. Lynn watched her silently roaring and wailing silently. No matter what kind of effort she made, it would be of no use at all. The plague mutation factor has absolute control. As long as these things exist in the body, it cannot be escaped or resisted. Even if the other party is the king of calamities. You must know that your power is bestowed by me. Everything you have is mine, and naturally I can take it back. Lynn chuckled lightly, and under the gaze of the other party, who seemed to be eating people, he put his finger on the other party's forehead between the eyebrows. It's just that, but it seems to trigger a chain reaction. Kai. The green mist that filled the entire space began to surge, but the difference from the beginning was that this time it was absorbed back, and Claire was directly wrapped and integrated into it. As the power and authority of the king of poison gas, Lynn has no habit of wasting one bit. The expression on Claire's face changed from resentment at first to panic now, in just a moment. Please, let me go, I was wrong. I shouldn't be like this. You made me, don't destroy me. Please. I don't want to die. I'm still so young. And have a great time, I can do any period for you. I'm useful, my strength is very strong now, I can be you the dog. When you're everything. Claire begged, tears shed without money, just like she begged Lynn for mercy at the beginning. But the greatest effect you have on me has been highlighted, and there is only one. The green mist had all entered Claire's body. Lynn smiled faintly. Unfortunately, I don't need a helper, and I already have one. If you really want to help me, then become one with me. If it gets into my stomach, it can help me. The smile at the corner of Lynn's mouth froze, and the arc became larger, and finally a black and purple light flashed. The plague mutation factor formed a big mouth and swallowed Claire in one bite. Golem. After the next day Lynn packed his luggage and dressed very lightly. Windbreaker, sun hat, sunglasses, decent trousers, and a small satchel in hand, very like traveling men and women. I got on the big ship that went to the Zia Kingdom, and proceeded to the stage where the plague mutation factor continued to be released. There are the last two great forces left. The waves rose one after another, and the ship broke open, forming two huge ripples. Lynn stood on the deck watching the scenery, blowing the sea breeze. Host, Yerin Haraxold, Plague Mutation Factor, Level 2. Disaster King Authority, Plague, Poison Gas Disaster Index, 98W, Extremely Weak, 3 out of 10 Strength. Attachment, the Disaster Star is between 1W and 10W. Only the Disaster King can exceed 10W. The normal state of the Disaster King is about 20W. This is the result of the chip analysis, which can be used to form such a data panel, whether it is oneself or other disaster stars, the Disaster King. Chapter 268. Zia Guo's demeanor was different. Carrying her small bag, Lynn first went to the restaurant near the pier to eat some Chinese food, tasted the long-lost taste, and the same old style. After finding a place to live, the next step is to wait for the passage of time. He predicted that according to his current strength, it would take only 5 days for the plague mutation factor to completely cover the entire Zia Kingdom. I don't know why, but I always feel that things may not be so peaceful this time, and there should be some accidents. This hunch came suddenly, but it was accurate, and a thought appeared on Lynn's face. Perception has reached another place through the plague mutation factor. This city is the dock city of the Zia Kingdom. It is connected to the seaport outside and is responsible for trade and shipping. However, what gives Lynn a strange feeling is not there, but here. This feeling is exactly the same as Claire. Is there a new Disaster King to be born? A smile appeared on Lynn's face. At the nearby port, a blood-red eyeball spontaneously formed in midair, watching the situation below. It was a scene of a dispute. 5 strong porters bullied a skinny porter. The skinny one was about 20 years old, with short hair, and was very young. "What are you doing?" I said. "I don't want to cause trouble, don't force me." Wang Yong suppressed the anger in his heart. He really wanted to teach the guys in front of him a lesson, but he couldn't. This kind of power was too terrifying. It caused the death of his parents when he was a child. Sisters depend on each other. He has vowed not to use this power again. Wang Yong turned around and was about to leave. Today's work has been completed, and now it is time for lunch. However, a foot kicked on his vest and threw him all over the ground. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Look at him, doesn't he look like a dog eating shit? It's not an ordinary resemblance, it's simply an extreme resemblance. Ha ha ha. Several porters surrounded Wang Yong and said mockingly. One of the strongest porters stepped on his back. "You newcomer, you don't understand the rules at all. Don't you know that there is a limit for the goods you carry every day, everyone, as long as you can, yes, as much as one person." As he said that, he kicked him again, kicking Wang Yong backwards. "I'm not big, but I'm very strong. I like to work more, right? I like to get more money." Another kick, this time Wang Yong rolled further. There was blood on the corners of his mouth. His face was blue and swollen, not to mention the injuries on his body, but he still endured. His face was extremely red. During the tumbling, the money on his body flew out and was taken by the strong porter. "That's my money, give it to me." Anger and anxiety flashed in Wang Yong's eyes, and he couldn't help it. And Lin, who was under observation, clearly felt the fluctuations in the power of the disaster. It seems that it really happened to meet a disaster king who suppressed him. As a disaster king, it is unique enough to be able to get along with Zhao Wang Zhao, so miserable. Land. The blood-colored eyeballs gradually got closer. The chip was able to analyze it, and the data was soon shared. Name, Wang Yong. Power of power, Fall Disaster Index, 10W, in the process of suppression. The normal state is expected to be 30W. The new Calamity King fell down. Lin glanced at the sky subconsciously. The fall seems to be related to gravity, so his ability can almost be said. Chapter 269. Why, you still want to beat us up with such a vicious look? Ha ha, it's really laughable, you are so small. Several porters laughed loudly. Wang Yong just wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes extremely serious. "Give me the money back." I laughed so hard. "What if I don't give it today? This money is the protection for you gave us, boy." The weak figure of his sister flashed in Wang Yong's mind. She needs money to buy medicine, and this money is very important. Wang Yong blocked the way the other party wanted to leave, and said in a low voice, "Give me the money back." An unhappy flashed in the eyes of the strong porter. "Are you kidding me? What kind of money? Do you see any money? Boy, I advise you to stop making trouble." Several other porters also patted Wang Yong's face and laughed. However, Wang Yong still had a gloomy expression and blocked the way for the porters to leave. "Are you kidding me? Teach him a lesson." Several porters started to fight against Wang Yonggu. The fight was so bad that Lin couldn't stand it any longer. Did this guy have a problem with his brain? The strong porter was still not relieved, but he took out the money and tore it up one by one in front of Wang Yong. "If I want money, I only have one life here. Do you want it?" Ha ha ha. Lin blinked. This guy is about to explode, and these guys are really going to lose their lives. Boom. Wang Yong's mind seemed to be resounding like thunder, which directly woke him up. Money is gone, sister is gone. A gust of wind blew up, and a huge disaster force broke out. The power from the authority of the disaster king showed from this young man. Reminder, the current disaster value broke out, reaching 35W. Oh, to be able to improve even more, this guy shouldn't be the protagonist. That is, the so-called king of destruction, or the king of salvation in the so-called prophecy. Who knows who this prophecy refers to? You. Several porters looked at Wang Yong, who broke out in horror, and began to retreat step by step. You are a monster. Wang Yong's eyes were red, and he was completely driven by anger. The power of the Disaster King erupted, which came from the authority of the fall, that is, the strong gravitational force directly tore the few people in front of him into pieces, and blood spattered. Interesting. It seems that I have found a key point. It seems that which of the Disaster Kings are left, it is estimated that they have come out. I have some understanding of the catastrophe, and I have vaguely sensed the disaster forecast shrouded in the world. The bloody eyeballs chased Wang Yong, who started to flee, and would chase him all the way to his home. Lin opened his eyes, and the smile on his face became more and more intense. The global catastrophe is about to break out, and the focus is still on nuclear weapons. The disaster force swept by the global nuclear outbreak, whoever masters this will become the new Disaster King, that is, God. But Lin is not without the slightest preparation. What he did is a conspiracy. Now the plague mutation factor representing himself has almost shrouded the sky of the whole world. No matter where the disaster force is generated, it will eventually rise into the sky. Was absorbed by him, instead of entering into the river of disaster and converging. Time is often the most and the least, according to calculations, the conjectured stage of the god of disaster, which is to be able to partially compete with him, requires the disaster index to reach 10 million. All my strengths are gathered together, at best, it is about 5 million. Although it is still improving, but at the current rate, it will take at least a year. Lin frowned. He couldn't wait so long. Swallowing the Disaster King can instantly increase the Disaster King's disaster index, but there are only a few Disaster Kings, and the goal is too big. In this way, we can only wait for the follow-up development. Anyway, no matter whether the global disaster breaks out or not, what Lin will get in the end is the same. When it broke out, the catastrophic power generated would first be absorbed by Lin in large quantities, which is equivalent to someone else's work, Lin cutting off the who. There was no explosion, and as time passed, the final result was that he won. This is the real invincibility. Chapter 270. Bloody eyeballs have followed Wang Yong to the place where he lives, a very poor and backward residential area, most of which are for the coolies living nearby. At most there is no air leakage. There was a pale girl lying on a wooden bed. Looking weak, she must have been seriously ill and desperately needed money for treatment. As the door opened, Wang Yong walked in with a panic-stricken face, looking at the girl on the bed with guilt in his eyes. If it weren't for his terrifying power, how could his life be so miserable? His sister wouldn't be like this, and his parents wouldn't be dead. A girl from someone else's family should be dancing in the sun now, wearing a skirt, instead of lying on a stiff bed in this cold and damp room, suffering from pain. Younger sister. Just now, Wang Yong, who showed the great power of the Disaster King, is now watching carefully by the girl's bed. Wang Ling's eyes opened, very tired. She stretched out her hand and touched Wang Yong's cheek. "Brother, you're back." Hearing his sister's weak voice, Wang Yong felt more self-blame in his heart. Looking at this scene with bloody eyes, Lin on the other side couldn't help but sigh. Some Disaster Kings take possession of this power as a gift from God, and the natural kings occupy one side, while some people use this power as a shackle, a curse, and even unwilling to use it. People are really different. However, this Wang Yong is still so miserable as a Disaster King, and he lives with his sister. If his sister is born, wouldn't it be directly blackened and become a world of destruction, just to create a world with a sister? Some may become a world of destruction. O King of the world. But there is still a possibility that my sister was killed. In order to avenge my sister, I became the king of salvation, fought against the king of destruction, and opened up a new world and chapter. This is also very possible. Apostrophe the corners of Lin's mouth raised slightly. This is clearly the treatment of the protagonist. Saving the world and destroying the world are all in between. Lin can almost be sure that this guy will definitely play a big role in the future, and his sister is the best control. So the blood-colored eyeballs were under the control of Lin, and after supporting the two of them warmly, the moment Wang Yong went out to boil water, it flew directly into Wang Ling's forehead and melted in. Lin doesn't have much interest in human beings, and adding some plague mutation factors into Wang Ling's body is just an insurance. If something happens to this girl in the future, or the moment she dies, she can save her life, but at that moment, she will also become an existence controlled by Lin. There is still self-awareness, but it will be subconsciously biased and worship him. Everything that needs to be done has been done. Lin no longer pays attention, waiting for things to change. With the passage of time, Lin spread a large number of plague mutation factors to all parts of the world. The greater the disaster power absorbed, the stronger Lin's perception and premonition ability. Interpunct 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 interpunct. I can feel in the dark that the fluctuating prediction that caused the big change in the global catastrophe is in the grizzly bear country, and it is also the only major force he has never been to. But it doesn't matter whether you go or not. After covering so many areas, with the natural weather and the natural circulation of the world, the plague mutation factor has already been brought to the past, covering all. In the sky above the whole world, there is the existence of Lin, and he is almost immortal, and can be incarnated in any corner of the world at any time. Plague mutation factor exists, he is immortal. Lin smiled and said, if you want to defeat me, you must first kill the disaster star in the world. The second is the plague mutation factor covering the sky above the world, and the third insurance is in the human body, destroying all human beings. But no existence can do that, even the destruction of the world. Due to his own authority, the Calamity King is almost unable to use the plague mutation factor to invade and occupy. Claire can only say that it is an exception, at Rai. Next, is waiting for the start of the global disaster, a ripple that spurs the development of destiny. Prophecy, some of the knowers among the disaster kings, the careerists hidden among the human beings. Who is the final winner? Lin's eyes were dim. Earth. Chapter 271. Time passes slowly, and in the blink of an eye it's a month as time passed. Lin's premonition of the disaster from the grizzly bear country became more and more clear. It's coming, it's coming, it's just one more month at most. The grizzly bear country's premonition of disaster will break out completely, and there is even a 50% possibility that it has something to do with the outbreak of global nuclear weapons. It's nothing. The end will come sooner than this. Lin sat on a chair by the window of the apartment, facing the breeze from the sea, shaking a glass of red wine in his hand. His eyes were inexplicable. During this period of time, he was a very salty fish. He would just look at the scenery every day, or just wander around casually. The entire Xia kingdom was already an area with a high incidence of plague mutation factors. His life was quite salty, and the days of another disaster king were not so peaceful. It has been discovered by the official of the Xia kingdom, and after a series of love-hate entanglements, he was successfully recruited to become another king of the Xia kingdom. But there is a battle between kings, and friction is easy to occur. Another king of the Xia kingdom also came to ask for trouble, and tortured the fallen disaster king who was alone and widowed. The collision between the powers of the Calamity King really left Lin speechless. The movement was really big, and the most important thing was that it was easy to arouse the fighting spirit of other kings. His plague authority has been prompting him to work hard in the past, thanks to him being in a state of doomed suppression, and most of the power in his body is almost distributed. Otherwise, I'm afraid I really can't hide it. The king of disasters in Xia is the king of the sea, the country of Lincoln is the king of storms, the country of Paris is the king of earthquakes, the country of grizzly bears is the king of explosions, the country of London is the king of snow. I killed a poison gas king, the fall king just discovered. I'm the plague king myself, and what I haven't discovered is the smoke king and the flood king. After the auxiliary analysis of the chip, as well as my own observation of the global trend of disaster forces, as well as the analysis of the forces at the source of the disaster, it is concluded that 3 kings have fallen. Interesting. Lin is really looking forward to the follow-up development of things more and more. Yuan Guofeng searched for clues in Lincoln country for a long time, but he finally gave up. Even the disaster star assistant with that special ability still could not find any whereabouts or clues. Why, are you really dead? Yuan Guofeng didn't stop there anymore. When he was on the big ship on his way home, something unexpected happened suddenly. What do you mean by Lincoln? Seeing the soldiers surrounded by real guns and live ammunition and not allowed to leave, Yuan Guofeng walked out and said sternly, "Zero, do you want to destroy our friendship?" No, no, no. Mr. Yuan, this big hat can't be taken off. Due to some special reasons, we need you to stay and live for a few more days, waiting for the follow-up notice. We can let you go back next time, there is no way. This is the above order, I hope you don't embarrass us. Among the many soldiers who walked out of this wharf city, he was also the chief of military management, and was in charge of security and defense issues. Landis said with a smile, his expression more or less innocent. However, the attitude of the surrounding soldiers' black pressure guns is very obvious, that is, if they move again, they will shoot directly. The disaster star of the Xia kingdom couldn't bear it, so he wanted to do it. But Yuan Guofeng held him down. Okay, then we'll live for a while, but I need a reason and an explanation, and it's a very reasonable one. Yuan Guofeng said expressionlessly, he had a bad premonition. It came very suddenly, it was about the Xia kingdom, not the Lincoln kingdom. It always feels that there is an unobservable force controlling everything about them. The detention this time is a good suspicion. Chapter 272. This is an extremely secret place that will not be detected by any testing agency in the world, also known as an isolated place. In the huge conference room, 5 figures silently looked at the projected picture. That is a prophecy, the latest prophecy, in addition to the general prophecies such as the previous King of Destruction and the King of Salvation. There is one more prophecy that will happen recently. Are you sure there is no mistake in the Saint's prophecy? This is not something I can control. The altar and the saint are complementary to each other, and the result of the prophecy is indeed this, without any additions or changes. 30. Several voices are discussing. They all have great identities outside. It can be said that they are the group of people who decide the fate of mankind. But they are struggling with one thing, and that is the latest prophecy. Although they have made a lot of preparations, they are still somewhat unacceptable in the face of such a prophecy. The prophecy says, disaster is coming. It can be said to be the countdown of mankind. Maybe in the next moment we will all become the dust of history. This is really funny. Our power is so huge. The resources and power we have can be said to go to space is also fine. But don't forget, The Sun Garden project has only been launched for a few years, and the Ark that can support our flight to space has not yet been fully built. We are now trapped on this planet and can't leave at all. If it happens, what kind of disaster? The final result may really be, as the prophecy said, the destruction of mankind and become history. The anger between the conversations is getting bigger and bigger, and there is a tendency to become noisy. All right. Whether the prophecy is true or false, we only need to prepare two hands. One is to deal with the occurrence of various disasters, and the other is to complete the Sun Garden plan as soon as possible. There are also those so-called disaster kings and disaster stars. The plan has been made without you. I feel that all disasters are related to them. If they are all wiped out, how can there be so many troublesome things? Apart from the Calamity King, aren't the rest of the Calamity stars likely to awaken at any time? This situation is not realistic at all. The conversation gradually heated up, and the five people began to plan what to do next. However, accidents always occurred in an instant. The door of the conference room suddenly shattered, and the energy fluctuation of the explosion swept through it, pouring about 10 TNT, and the light and heat swept through, destroying everything in it. The five figures turned directly into a charred corpse, and then a violent explosion swept through more. The strange thing is that the guards here did not make any movement, as if they had acquiesced in this kind of thing. Da-da. The footsteps sounded, and a blonde figure came in, with a rebellious face on his face. He laughed. "Afu, you still choose to stand on our side, but there is your father in it, you are still willing to do it." "What? What about my father?" "What he wants to eliminate is all the disaster stars and disaster kings. But what he doesn't know is that I have awakened to become a disaster star. I don't want to die, so of course I have to let them die." Another man's voice sounded. "You are doing the right thing. Now the upper layers of human beings are almost completely under control, and all their secrets are under my control. When the new world comes, as long as the king of disasters is the master of the world, the upper layers people, humans, can only be regarded as slaves." The king of explosion, Flaney, held his hands. "Now, start a global nuclear war, completely destroy everything in human beings, and the power will belong to me." Chapter 273. The long yellow sand fills the air, forming a shocking field like wind and clouds in the sky. This is the Asakan Desert, the largest desert in the Grizzly Country. There are also some other things here, such as military bases hidden in the desert, and ejection sites responsible for launching nuclear weapons. At this moment, the person in charge, that is, Flaney's #1 subordinate, Calamity Star Hancock, had a ferocious look on his face, and directly pressed the button that can be said to determine the fate of the world, that is, the launch of nuclear weapons. Everyone in the base has been killed, or Flaney's people. So he pressed the button almost easily. The disaster will accompany the whole world, and a new world in the future is coming. This world belongs to the disaster king Flaney. I will follow him forever. Click. The hatch of the machine opened, and a large amount of yellow sand spread in. But the next moment there was a fiery explosion, and the missiles carrying various nuclear weapons were locked and flew all over the world. The powerful firepower is enough to support its flight to all parts of the world. Warning. Missile attack detected. Missile attack detected. Activate surface-to-air defenses. The defense devices of the major forces of all parties detected this, and the responsible persons scolded one after another. Which lunatic dares to launch missiles directly? Don't they want to start a war? But I haven't been too panicked, because the places where these missiles fly are not other, but special targets. The military powerhouses of various major forces, the weapons that determine the fate of the world, and the places where nuclear warheads are stored. The natural defense ability is very outstanding. Such a warhead can be easily intercepted, destroying it in midair before it erupts. Unfortunately, they forgot one very important thing. If the attack came with a nuclear warhead, the outcome would be very different. A nuclear bomb will explode in an instant, and the explosion of radiation and energy will destroy everything around it, including itself, and form a chain reaction. Warn. Warn. After testing, the warhead is a nuclear warhead, whether to stop the surface-to-air defense. What? Which lunatic did it? The nuclear warheads have come out. Is this the end of the world? Oh my God. Zero. Fear and despair flashed in the eyes of all the leaders of the military bases. They are sure to die. There will even be an uproar in the world. The nuclear bomb was actually launched. It was really launched. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Aren't the people of the 5 major forces all supposed to abide by peace? How could this happen? But they have no way of knowing the cause of this problem. At the moment when the nuclear bomb exploded, they were completely vaporized, and a large number of soldiers became vaporized blood mist, and then disappeared into this world. The global nuclear explosion is completely terrifying at this moment. One by one, the military bases were attacked by nuclear weapons, and then the nuclear weapons they stored also exploded in an instant. Obvious hazards arise. A lot of radiation began to spread, mutated life, dead life, howl. Destruction. Dry up. Despair. Filled in every corner of the world. It's just that the doomsday between animals and nature, which belongs to human beings, has just begun to block. Some people even saw the blooming mushroom cloud from the glass windows of the office building while they were working, and their faces were filled with despair. Help. Help. My God. Why did the nuclear weapons explode? Why did this happen? What are the people of the 5 major forces, JJOs, doing, and why are nuclear wars breaking out all over the world? No. It's impossible. The nuclear weapon actually broke out from the Grizzly country. Damn. Who gave the order? Human beings all over the world are in panic, and controversy. At the same time, there is also an incalculable huge disaster force. Flaney has at least some brains. He didn't explode a nuclear warhead in a city where there are many people. Otherwise, human beings will really become extinct. When the new world comes, who will he rule? His main purpose is also to get rid of his manipulated destiny. Chapter 274. In the dock city of Zia country, Lin was sitting by the window of his apartment villa, shaking his chair leisurely, drinking afternoon tea, watching the nuclear warhead flying from the distant sky. His expression did not change in the slightest, even sighed. The most beautiful and cruel moment in the world is about to happen. Coincidentally, this nuclear warhead fell on this city. The next moment, endless light and heat swept in instantly, destroying everything, obliterating everything, and bringing about the nuclear radiation that all life fears. And when Lin just finished drinking that cup of tea, all his body mass was wiped away, turned into blood mist, and dissipated into the world. This kind of power, even the Disaster King can't resist it. Besides using his own ability to save his life, he can do it. As for confrontation and reversal, it is simply a dream. But what is worth integrating is that Lin feels that since he came to this world and merged into Hijai's body, he has learned a lot about human character and emotion. He actually likes to enjoy life. Otherwise, after the chip has analyzed the location of the nuclear bomb, he would have left long ago, without any meaningless waste. After the body is melted, although it will be reorganized in another place, it will consume this part of the reorganized energy. Almost insignificant, getting nothing of value, Aaron would avoid. But he still stayed in the city to witness the moment when the nuclear bomb exploded. At the moment when the global nuclear weapons broke out, everything that was originally peaceful became a hell on earth. This kind of outbreak continued for a full day and night, and all the nuclear bombs were poured out, but even so, the planet still endured. Even if it is riddled with holes. About 30% of the buildings in the world have been destroyed, the number of people who died is as high as billions, and at least the entire human race has been reduced by 40%. The rest of the people were in a state of panic, because everything was paralyzed. There was no order, no rules, no communication, and nothing commanded them from above, everything they controlled, and they were overwhelmed. Most of the places where the nuclear warheads attacked were the leaders of the 5 major forces, the upper echelons, some people who gave orders, and major military bases. Without them, what would have happened has now begun. Chaos produces darkness, and various violent incidents and looting of supplies are almost obvious. What we dare not do under order can be done now. Sin arises. The danger of nuclear radiation continues, and this global chaos will continue for at least a few years, unless there is a presence that can control and order them. Let them return to order and stability. Lin did not choose to condense his body, but spread his consciousness over all the plague mutation factors, watching everything that happened next from the sky above the world. Now he is almost immortal, and no one can find him. Some hidden things could not escape his eyes. Behind the explosion of nuclear weapons. People's big plans and so on, he all knows. He didn't stop it, it wasn't necessary. Although he wouldn't do anything to humans, he wouldn't help anything. He was an outsider. It is also the person who was pulled into the game, the key to breaking the game. I don't want just a little bit, but all of it. Everything that the third level existence, Lin wants to get. Chapter 275. There is no better chance. A strange existence comparable to the evil god in the wizarding world died in this nameless world, and the corpse turned into the extraordinary root of the world, promoting the development of the world. If he can get everything that exists in this third level existence, Lin's strength will be changed and enhanced tremendously. At least my plague variation factor can be promoted to level 3. But before you can do all this, you must at least upgrade your disaster authority to the stage of the god of disaster, that is, let the disaster index reach 1000 W. A thing happened that surprised Lin. He is now observing the world's disaster kings with his consciousness. There are 7 remaining disaster kings in the top 10, but the disaster kings of the 5 major forces are relatively self-disciplined. It should be said that among them 4 of them are keeping their peace, the king of explosions in the Grizzly country, and they are active, and they are the masters of power in the new world, and they are in full swing. Wang Yong, the fallen disaster king, has a disaster index of 1 million. Although it is an explosion stage, it shouldn't be so exaggerated. Lin saw a picture, that is, Wang Yong, because of anger, broke out his own power, oppressing all the disaster stars. Interesting, Aquaman and the fallen king meet. Also, under the circumstance that the entire army was destroyed at the upper level, these disaster kings naturally had no obstacle and could do anything recklessly. The reason why a king is that he has the desire to control. Except Wang Yong. This wonderful creature. Looks like there's still some fun to play. The situation in the Xia kingdom is not completely over yet. Disaster energies are still erupting all over the world. These calamity energies will not be manipulated, and even most of them will enter the trend of disaster. But I can cut the beard from it and absorb it. Plague mutators spread across the globe can do just that. The rest is to control the many disaster kings on the earth, and the so-called New World must also fall on these disaster kings. Maybe you can see the scene of the confrontation between the 5 great disaster kings. By the way, plus the protagonist of Destiny, Wang Yong. According to Wang Yong's character, it is estimated that he will have the idea of giving everyone freedom and equality, and then confront other disaster kings to destroy one difficulty after another. become the king of savior who saves the world. If he can't beat him, he will probably kill his sister for some reason, lose someone important, explode and so on. With the usual routine of a third-rate protagonist, Lin used some means and chip analysis, and it was almost certain that Wang Yong was the one that the world instinctively favored. Although there is an external factor that exists at the third level affecting the world itself will also resist. For causing so much damage, the King of Explosion is probably hated by the world. It will eventually meet. It's interesting, it's really interesting, but I still have a few backhands to implement, and the Snow King can also operate it. After all, they are allies who save the world. I'm already a dead person in the eyes of others. Thinking of this, the corner of Lin's mouth slightly raised in an arc in London. He walked directly out of his mansion and went in another direction. See Lord Marquis? May I ask where the Marquis is going? Some soldiers asked nervously. Perhaps the upper echelons of London were the only ones that survived. After all, when the nuclear warhead was shot here, the Snow King spent a lot of power to isolate the influence and protect everything. Interpunct. The harsh and tragic situation made everything under martial law. What a gentle king. Lin said softly, "It's okay, don't worry about me, I just want to find the Snow King." A few soldiers were let go. Mata Segura can be said to be the last backbone and strength of the entire country of London. By this time, there is no need to hide her extraordinary power, and it has long been known by a large number of ordinary residents. Lin came all the way to the church and saw Mata Segura, who was pale and very weak. "Mr. Y, why did the disaster still break out? We are not fully prepared, and even we have no strength to stop." Mata Segura said weakly. "All this is due to fate. We underestimate fate and underestimate prophecy," Lin said with a solemn expression on his face, and started his speech. "After talking for about 2 hours, I finally instilled an idea into Mata Segura. That is, the changes in the world are irreversible. Only by controlling the power of disaster that erupts in one's own hands and making oneself stronger can one protect human beings and have the ability to face all dangers. Otherwise, this woman's thinking is too naive, and it is very likely that she will not accept the disaster force on this earth." Lin walked out of the church with a faint look in his eyes. The 5 Kings War 1M looking forward to will probably lead to the ghosts and snakes hidden in the deepest part. After all, that's the final fruit. However, 90% of this fruit's power has been stolen by me. The disaster force could not enter the disaster river, but was swallowed by him. The feeling of being powerful at all times is really wonderful. Earth. Chapter 276. Hint, the host absorbs a lot of disaster power, the current disaster index overall, 700W. This is the disaster index of all the plague mutation factors in Lin. It absorbs a large amount of disaster power. This amount is still increasing. It is getting closer and closer to the 10 million mark. It is estimated that it will not be long before it will be able to become the god of disaster. The same perception is getting stronger and stronger, and almost no place on the planet can hide from his eyes, except for a few places that cannot be seen through. Even he can't see through it, so naturally there is something tricky in it. Lin's way of dealing with it is naturally to investigate in person. A month has passed again. In such a month, the level of global chaos has become more and more serious, and violence and crime are compared with each other. It can be seen that there are also a few more people who give orders. It's a pity that they are often wiped out after a short jump, because they themselves are not the ones with the power of disaster. The five kings began to rule the remaining human beings and established new five major forces, opposing each other. Because of the nuclear radiation, the available resources are getting less and less, and the aim is to start from this moment. It is worth mentioning that Wang Yong, the stray king of disasters, is still willing to support the rules and order before the nuclear war. He has supported some of the surviving rulers and let them lead some human beings again. A city was established outside the boundaries. Even he himself is willing to obey the demolition. The situation is not very optimistic either. There is a big problem in terms of resources. The person in power is naturally no problem. The people below are even worse than the human beings ruled by the five kings. In this regard, Lin is also very helpless. It can only be said that he is servile. It is estimated that it will not be long before this son of destiny will be given a huge setback. Because the catastrophe related to the Calamity King started to happen. The forest has become a desert, radiation sources are everywhere, and nearly 90% of life has died, but the survivors have also undergone extremely terrifying mutations. A large number of mutant birds are hovering over this mutant forest. This mutant forest is also very strange. Although there is no direct baptism of nuclear warheads, radiation is inevitable. Generally speaking, it is a pure land, living a lot of life, but it is still in a primitive state. A colorful tiger was staring at a goat in the grass, its blood-red eyes staring at a goat. Without much hesitation, it rushed out, knocked it down, and bit it into pieces. After a while, he was full of flesh and blood, full of food and drink. But when it was about to leave, black and purple light flashed through its pupils, a humanized thought flashed, and then ran into the virgin forest. Its goal is very clear, that is, the center of the virgin forest. I can see almost everywhere in the world, except for 3 places. Lin temporarily used the plague mutation factor to occupy this colorful tiger. The deep core of the primeval forest was one of the places he couldn't see through. In addition, in the sea area, there is a place called the Whirlpool Sea area that he can't see clearly, so he will explore it later. Lin had a hunch that this place could bring him great gains. Avoid some dangerous places, such as the territory of large carnivores, mutated carnivorous plants, and dangerous areas that cannot be passed. Finally, he came to the very core of the primeval forest, and some strange fluctuations also caused Lin to concentrate slightly. Chapter 277. What caught Lin's eyes was a very grand building, at least from the foundation. But it is dilapidated, most of the buildings have collapsed, and the stone and broken stone pillars are covered with all kinds of moss, traces of time and history. The colorful tiger came out of the bushes, and gradually walked towards the inside of the ruins to explore. This strange fluctuation seems to be a calamity force, but it doesn't seem to be. There is always a plausible feeling. Lin observed everything, and Chip 1 began to explore and analyze. Even if there are some things that can be hidden from his eyes, the exploration of the chip cannot be avoided. As he went deeper and deeper, he saw more and more things. That strange fluctuation gave Lin a very uncomfortable feeling. It seemed that it could trigger 30% of the changes in the plague mutation factors, which belonged to the authority of disaster. But fortunately, the chip has already analyzed the results. Hint: according to the analysis, this abnormal fluctuation is the source of the disaster, which is independent of the authority and power of the disaster, and belongs to the power of his consciousness, which can also be said to be the mind and soul. Attachment. Due to some reasons, the psychic force has lost its self-consciousness and seems to have been completely killed, leaving no possibility of resurrection. A thought flashed in Lin's eyes, and the colorful tiger leapt across and jumped to the top of a stone pillar. A being can be roughly divided into soul power, body power, spiritual power, the supernatural source of the world that has been transformed into the body, the power of disaster and the authority of disaster. The power of the mind is closely related to the power of the soul, and has incredible abilities. Some powerful beings will never die as long as their will is not destroyed, and they can return after a long time after death. I can also separate the soul now. As long as there is a trace of soul, I can reunite and resurrect, and strengthen my soul and soul. There is no reason why a third-level existence can't do it. His eyes are incomparably deep. Perhaps the 3 places on this planet that he cannot see through are related to these aspects. It's really interesting. However, the results of the chip analysis showed that the body, mind, and soul of this existence were completely killed, and the death was clean, and there was no possibility of resurrection. To be able to do this, it must be something that is more powerful than this existence. Vendetta, or what? Lin became a little curious, but that didn't stop him from coveting this third-level existence. After all, he has already tasted the sweetness. Now his mutation factor in this world has been successfully promoted to the 2nd level, and it has become a plague mutation factor. If the third-level existence is completely swallowed, it is not impossible to advance to the 3rd level. Possible. Although it is only on the soul level. In the body of the wizarding world, the bloodline is still at the 1st level, but the corresponding promotion methods are already in preparation. After such a long time has passed, perhaps it may be promoted. As for the path of meditation, the cursing inscriptions can be said to be very smooth. After all, there are platforms in the world and the faceless head, and with the dual blessings of alchemists and pharmacists, there should be no problem with resources. Everything is developing for the better. As long as you make a big vote in this world, you will be paid if you win the bet. If you lose the bet, you will lose such a little mutation factor. And it's not necessarily a loss. Lin himself knows how difficult it is to kill the mutation factor. After thousands of years have passed, self-replication and mutation do not know what kind of thing it will become. In the apocalyptic world, as the birthplace of the mutation factor, it is also the only world that Lin manipulates and controls. He is still developing the development of the mutation factor with all his strength. When he leaves this world, all new abilities and feedback will affect his plague. On the mutation factor. Chapter 278. In short, it can be summed up in one sentence, that is, doing nothing, even lying down, can become stronger. This is too slack. As a hard-working wizard, I need to be self-reliant, instead of eating and waiting to die. The colorful tiger controlled by Lin continued to go deeper and finally saw a broken altar. It is generally intact, with only a few appearances that look very damaged. Lin has captured some different auras and traces of human activities. Interesting. Sure enough. This place is very strange. The spiritual power on the altar is the strongest, and it is very fresh. It seems that it has just erupted. Wait. Let me think about it. What is the altar generally used for? Corresponding to some myths and ancient legends, the altar is usually a person who has sacrificed. Most of the people who come here are instructions, or revelation, or prophecies from higher-level existences. Then the answer comes out. The so-called prophecy is produced here, so whose revelation is it? Sure enough, even if it was wiped out to the point of complete death of the body, complete destruction of the soul, and the loss of consciousness and will from the power of the mind, such an existence would not die so easily. Just relying on the instinct to survive can do this to such an extent. Maybe in the end, he can really be resurrected and come back, But the resurrection is still not him, and it is not necessarily, after all, only instinct is left. All life has the instinct to want to live. This instinct can never be raised. It is difficult for ordinary people to show. Such existence instinct can show extraordinary. The pupils of the colorful tiger flashed thoughtfully, and the light of wisdom showed. After just a few blinks, Lin understood everything clearly. Almost some variables have bin successfully incorporated into the calculation, and we can start waiting for the final result. Lin decided to take a gamble. Then the remaining two things he couldn't see through would be crucial, if he didn't make a mistake in his calculations. It is his enemy, the means left behind to obliterate his body, consciousness, and soul. It may be a weapon, or something that cannot be predicted, but it must be able to restrain him. What about instinct? If you want to deceive a corpse, I can kill you again. Lin's eyes flashed with fiery heat, and his blood boiled. This was an unprecedented plot. Thinking of a world and at least a third-level existence, if it spreads to the wizarding world, I am afraid that Lin, a little first-level wizard, is crazy. What a crazy idea. As long as you get the weapon to obliterate him, you can completely put together the last unsolved puzzle. Then we have to rush to those two places as soon as possible, one of which is the Whirlpool Sea area, and the other is on land. To be precise, it is the construction center of the Human Beings a Sun Garden project, a human body monster. There are possibilities in both places. Lin decided to separate out another clone of the plague mutation factor to deal with the human being, arrest him, and study it. And this part will host another flying creature and fly directly over it. I'm not the only one who wants to find this weapon. I can think of how his extraordinary instincts can't be imagined. I guess it's already rushed. How? Lin used the chip to analyze that the past time for human activities at this altar was 2 days. It should be too late. It is very far away from the Vortex Sea area, and Yexan Garden is the site of the King of Explosion. It has absorbed a lot of disaster power on the surface, and has formed something in the domain of authority. Any disaster star or disaster that enters the site, Wang, can be instantly sensed by it. Even if there is a way to isolate the extraordinary instinct, its movement speed is definitely not fast. So, I still have time. Apostrophe. Chapter 279. P.S. There is a reaction from my brothers. Don't worry, this world will end soon. I read the novel all night last night, and I am reading it during the day today. The update is a bit late. After making the decision, Lin lodged on a bird near the Whirlpool Sea area, and then flew straight towards the Whirlpool Sea area. The Whirlpool Sea area is also a little famous in the world place, not because of other things, but because when people come to the vicinity of that sea area, they can float themselves on the surface of the water out of thin air without sinking. This is the aspect related to the density of the human body and water. The scientific explanation is like this, but the aspect related to transcendence cannot be explained by science. All the unknown Lin will come to explore today. Thump. The moment the bird entered the water, the plague mutation factor had already escaped and lodged in the body of a fish. As the black and purple light flashed by, it continued to descend. Whoops. Breaking through the waves, the fish dived more and more, reaching 400 or 500 meters below the sea surface. The water pressure here is already very serious, and the small fish that Lin is staying in can no longer bear it, so they can only change and alternate again. My goal is to be in the depths of this Vortex Sea area, which is the root cause of the vortex. The relevant detection report says that the natural vortex formed by the eruption of underwater volcanoes has deep seafloor caves. The results of the chip analysis, much more than that. Lin alternated the boarding candidates halfway through, and switched to fish that could adapt to such deep sea pressure. I don't know how long I have been diving. I have exchanged bodies 4 or 5 times, and finally I have reached the recorded vortex. The tornado formed by air pressure and water waves formed a dead place in this area. No life dared to approach, and the core turned out to be an incomparably deep embedded cavity. It's really a cave, it's very deep. At this stage, humans can't go deep into this place. The high-intensity water pressure is enough to tear everything. I can already feel something strange. It is a force similar to disaster, but different, or even completely opposite. It seems to be order. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin directly controlled the fish he manipulated and swam into the cave. The intense pressure tore apart the flesh and blood of the fish. The plague mutation factor catalyzed and mutated, and grew to adapt to this place. The structure of the body, and finally successfully swam in. Then Lin looked at the light. The light of order flashed through the darkness, but it was so clear that it involved his mind. That weapon, he found it. This is a core area located in the area of the King of Explosions in the New Era, and it is in a strictly defended opponent. Various mechanized devices abound, the most obvious being a sleeping giant Tring mothership, with a range of nearly 5 kilometers, and the use of various technologies, which proves that his identity is not simple. This is the crystallization of the highest technology in the old era, and it is also the self-salvation plan of mankind. It is called Noah's Ark of Yeshun Garden. Unfortunately, it has only been completed more than halfway, and the disaster that will destroy the world has arrived ahead of schedule. However, the research and construction of this place is still continuing, and it was ordered by Flaney himself. The person in charge, Colonel Nolan, was building the central base, watching some researchers conduct research, and there were several disaster stars beside him to protect him. However, they didn't know that there were two existences that they couldn't conjecture. They had already set their sights on this place, isolating Franny's perception and rushing over. The purpose is just for one person. Chapter 280. Everything went on as usual, and Colonel Nolan just checked it out according to the original rules and left. Among the people conducting the experiment, there was one man who stood out, either because of the others or because he was young. Even the young ones are a bit too much. Among the people doing the experiment, the age difference is at least 20 years old. Young and promising, John, it won't take long for you to be the deputy leader of the research group, but it really makes us ashamed. An old man from a research group jokingly said to the blonde young man next to him. How can you, old class leader, you really praised me, I'm still far behind. But judging from the happy look on John's face, it might not take long for this matter to be implemented. He can be regarded as a winner in life, with a happy family and successful career. Even after the baptism of nuclear war, he still has very important value. At the top of the society, they belong to the group of people who will not be abandoned or given up. John, who returned to his room, first went to the bathroom to wash his face. Then looked at the handsome young man in the mirror. He smiled, and all his achievements today are due to the thing in his head. It was a glowing grey point of light, and every time he fell asleep at night, that grey point of light would appear, and then things that he didn't understand and didn't know during the day could be solved in an instant. The knowledge learned, even if it is just a glance, can be recalled and recorded in an instant, sorted and summarized, and then more new knowledge can be created, a kind of Cairn variable. As long as you give me time, I can become the smartest person in the world. Those disaster kings and disaster stars are all illusory. Under the technology and knowledge of human beings, everything is so fragile. There was confidence on John's face. At the same time, at the entrance and exit of the base, today is the day when the corresponding construction materials are transported in. The driver of the big truck has an indifferent expression. After passing the inspection and the checkpoint, his eyes finally changed, which is for something. Craving, and with a feminine look. I feel it, That part of me is in it. I'm going to find it, and devour it, eat to be perfect. Soon the driver's face began to change, and it became a woman's appearance. It was beautiful, but it gave people an unreal feeling, as if it was just a layer of human skin. The real core is not life. It is him. It is also a display of extraordinary instinct. Interpunct 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 interpunct. Almost at the same time, a tiny mosquito flew into the base, with a black-purple color, but because it was so tiny, it was not found and went directly to the deepest part. Then he found a management who seemed to have a high status, and performed blood-sucking, and the plague mutation factor in the mosquito was directly injected into it. Soon, a black and purple light flashed through his pupils, and the man's expression stiffened, and he stopped. What's the matter, Director Alpha? A patrolling soldier noticed something was wrong, came over and asked carefully, and at the same time his hand was on the firearm. The blond middle-aged man glanced at them indifferently. His expression became natural, and said indifferently, "There is a mosquito. It seems that the Ministry of Science and Technology's removal effect is not obvious." Then he directly slapped the black and purple mosquito on his neck to death, and left without saying a word. The captain of the patrol team said strangely, "I heard for a long time that Director Alpha has a strange and withdrawn personality, but today it is really true. It was parachuted down from above. It is related to the disaster stars. It is said to be a relative of the disaster star. In this world, it can only be taken one step at a time." 2. Chapter 281. The orgasm begins to meow meow meow. Alpha walked towards his living area with an indifferent face. The staff and patrol members along the way saw his face was so bad, they thought he was in a bad mood, so they didn't dare to look more, and could only hurry. Leave, go by. In fact, this body has been temporarily manipulated and controlled by Lin. The next thing to do is to find that special human being hidden inside. Chip, start scanning. The key point is that there are catastrophic powers, or things that are different from ordinary people. Don't let any energy sources go. Hint, scanning. Estimated time is 1 minute. Scanning is over. The results are as follows. 36 energy sources were found, some electric energy reactors were excluded, 6 disaster stars were left, and 22 power fields were left. Lock result 2 people. Details are below. Common name, John Connor. Anomaly, after scanning and analysis, it was found that there was a calamity force on the body, but it was specious. After a small investigation, it can be determined that it has a great relationship with the source, and even the essence of the power is still under the authority of the Disaster King. Superior. Common name, Sound Lady Ganon. Anomaly point, a deeply hidden disaster power, related to the supernatural instinct. The power essence surpasses the Disaster King, and is similar to John Connor's abnormal point. It is suspected that the supernatural instinct is divided into 2 parts. It is recommended to prevent the 2 from becoming one, otherwise he will return to consciousness. A ruthless look flashed in Lin's eyes. He did it, surpassed the King of Calamity, that is the God of Calamity. Instead of waiting for a disaster index of more than 10 million in half a year and a year, rely on the number to stack up to 3 levels. Naturally, This power that has fundamentally evolved a level is better in nature, and even the two together are the real level 3. How could it be possible for you to be blended together? Lin immediately began to lock the positions of the two of them. Among them, John's position was in the research area, which was a little troublesome in the past. There were several levels of areas between the two, and corresponding instructions were required to pass. And the Saintess of Ganon has already mixed in, and it is not far from the research area. There are only 2 areas, and she may contact John before herself. Once you come into contact with John, it will be troublesome for the two to start to merge. Lin won't allow this fact to go away. Dare to rob my things, it also depends on whether you have the ability. Apostrophe for the source, Lin decided to take the risk of being exposed and find John first. It would be great if he could kill the Saintess of Ganon. 0 What a bullshit prophecy. Today, I'll give you a prophecy, you'll definitely hit the street. With the call of Lin's consciousness, the plague mutation factors floating in the sky above the Explosion King all landed, and began to enter one after another human body. Lin's manipulation. For the future of mankind, only some people can be sacrificed. So many people Lin didn't consciously manipulate them one by one. At most, they just put down a little hidden danger, which could allow him to gather a good amount of power in a short time to fight against the Saintess of Ganon. The price is that the invaded humans will die, and all the energy and nutrition in the body will become Lin's nourishment and strength. 2.9 The Saintess of Ganon has extraordinary instincts, and the quality of power she masters is a lot more than that of the King of Calamities. She is an incomplete 3rd-level power. Lin can't be too careful, this is a super boss. P.S. Uck has been banned. I am addicted to it. I am so sick of it. My girlfriend has no chance to find it. I vomited. Chapter 282. My brother said that I didn't write much, so I won't play this time, 5 chapters today. The hand speed is 4000 plus, and the daily change is 10,000 small think. On the road leading to the emergency passage, a figure was walking towards the inside, and the destination was clearly the research area, the most central location. Long golden hair, indifferent expression, and there is no human fluctuation in his eyes. Like a machine that is more extraordinary, it seems that all emotions and human nature have been wiped out. Saintess Ganon has completely given up all disguise, and has already arrived here, fused with the other half. He will not have any estimates, even if the so-called Disaster King goes together. In it, no one can stop him, and no one is her opponent. Who are you? Stop. Or I'll shoot. At the exit of the passage, a patrol team with real guns and live ammunition found the trace of Saintess Ganon, and the black muzzle was aimed at it. Facing the weapons that can turn ordinary people into sieves, she didn't have any fluctuations in her eyes, she just waved her hand gently, and the power of a share of authority spread out. Stronger than the Calamity King, so is the Calamity power that he can use. In an instant, the members of the patrol team covered their necks as if they had been acted upon by some kind of force. Because they couldn't breathe, they could only blush and fell down unwillingly. Bloodbath. When walking over, Saintess Ganon said indifferently. Then the members of the patrol team seemed to be affected, their eyes were red. They picked up the guns in their hands, and shot without the eyes of each other. Boom. Bodies all over the place fell down. Alarm, alarm, high energy response detected, radiated energy. An alien disaster is invading, an alien disaster is invading. The harsh siren rang through the entire base, and all the members of the patrol team were alerted. The many disaster stars stationed at the base were playing cards in the lounge for entertainment. When they heard the alarm, their faces showed excitement. They are really rogues for too long, staying in this boring place. I never thought that in the domain of the King of Explosion, there would really be such a courageous guy to invade. There were a total of 6 disaster stars, all of which stimulated their own disaster power, and quickly moved towards the area where the alarm was issued. Their hideous expressions seemed to confirm that the invader should be treated well. Lin naturally heard the warning sound as well. He walked in the white passage leading to another area. At this moment, he was all wearing combat clothes, and he looked like he was going to deal with the intruder. "It's a lot more convenient, Sound Lady Ganon. The disturbance is so big, the resistance is definitely not small, I can pass in more ways." This is a surprise. Lin was interrogated by the patrol team at the entrance and exit. "Director Alpha, where are you going?" "I'm going to deal with the intruder, this is the order from above," Lin said solemnly, and at the same time, he also motivated some plague mutation factors that resided in these human bodies. Black and purple light flashed in everyone's eyes, and they were released immediately. The next step is still to follow the same method, and soon Lin came to an armed area closest to the research area. It is fully responsible for the protection of the research area, and it is also the area with the most stringent inspections. The various protective measures here are well done. Lin's plague mutation factor has not invaded so deeply for the time being, and all the armed forces are only partially area humans are infected. In the same way, Saintess of Ganon was severely hindered in the armed area, and the 6 garrison disaster stars were already in place, facing Saintess of Ganon. But what is certain is that it is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of Saintess Ganon. It is estimated that she will be killed soon, and the King of Explosion will know about it, so she will rush over. It's really lively. Lin's eyes had an inexplicable look, but unfortunately he took a step faster. Sure enough, once you have power, you like to be reckless, but your brain is hurt. Lin looked at the human beings in the armed area who came up to investigate. He felt that many people had been infected by the plague mutation factor, and he snapped his fingers gently. In an instant, half of the humans suddenly turned against the water and controlled the other half. This stunned the half of the people who were being controlled, and they questioned their companions in confusion. Lin quickly changed into an armed man's clothes and got his ID card, and then dealt with the aftermath. John Connor was feeling a little uneasy in the room. For some reason, he always had a sense of crisis, as if he was being targeted and his safety could not be guaranteed. But this is the safest place in the entire Explosion King's territory. No place is safer than this place. The sound of the alarm sounded his inner unease to the greatest extent, and he decided not to sit still. Although he didn't know if he was pampering himself, the sound of the alarm sounded for so long, and it has not been subdued, which has already proved something. Put on the body armor, pick up a pistol and a grenade, smoke grenade, which is standard for every researcher, just to have the ability to resist, and incidentally trained to shoot. He found some tools to block the door, then leaned against the wall and aimed his pistol at the door. This way you can be foolproof. But the progress on his face proved that he was not very calm. Minutes and seconds passed, and the alarm sound became more and more serious, and finally subsided completely. There was no sound of footsteps, only the sound of his own breathing could be heard. John's eyes were highly focused. Suddenly, a hand patted John's shoulder. "Young man, come with me." Horror flashed in John's pupils. When did this happen? Whoever came in, didn't he block the door? How could this happen? Then he fired a shot directly at the back. With the flash of fire, Lin held a bullet in his hand speechlessly. He looked at John Connor, the other half of the core source of authority, with inexplicable eyes, and said with a chuckle, "The world's martial arts, only fast is not broken. Young man, your guns are not fast enough." The bullet casing fell on the ground, and extreme fear appeared on John Connor's face. This was a monster that could actually grab the bullet with his bare hands. The opponent's hand came directly towards him, and the next moment directly covered his entire eyes. Lin carried the comatose John Connor, ready to run away, find a temporary safe place, and conduct research. Let's see how he can take out the core source of authority in his body. This is the foundation of his enlightenment. Chapter 283. Lin also thought about eating it directly, but his inner perception told him that eating directly would not work. He had to find a way, and eating directly was too dangerous. Coupled with such a big incident, the King of Explosion must be on his way. There are so many variables. The chip, scan and analyze the physical condition of this human being. How can we extract the core source of its authority? Hint, the analysis is in progress, the estimated time is 1 hour. Lin's face was not too anxious. His plague variation factor has been able to infect most of the people in the armed area over time. Walking to the hidden passage where they left, the eyes of several armed men flashed black and purple light, and they came up to them and took John from Lin's hand. Lin has already made preparations for the follow-up arrangements. Watching these armed men take John away, there is another exit at the end of the passage, where planes are equipped and can be quickly evacuated to a safe place. The other Lin clones were already waiting there. Only where the plague mutation factor exists, Lin can condense out. The disaster index of up to 7 million is extremely terrifying. This value is still increasing. It can be called the first person under the disaster god. My plague variation factor told me that the King of Explosion was already on his way, and the few disaster stars in the base had been beheaded by Saint Esganon, and one started to come towards me. Did you find yourself? Lin's eyes were filled with excitement. Interesting, but I can't let you catch up. He has already begun to manipulate a large number of plague mutation factors to gather together, preparing to fight with this Saintess of Ganon, to see if he can take this opportunity to kill her. Boom. The sound of the explosion roared past, and the sky was filled with smoke and dust, and a figure walked out, followed by a few corpses that flew upside down. Golem. Saintess Ganon's eyes moved slightly, and she saw a few calamities killed by her. There were actually black and purple rays of light flashing on the corpses, and they began to dissolve themselves, becoming an inexplicable substance that dissipated in the air. Her face changed slightly, as if she was thinking of something. The grayish-white color flashed through her pupils, and she said indifferently, "Self-elimination. Kai. A large number of plague variants were automatically excluded by her. Isolation shield. A pale white rippling shield appeared, isolating himself from the thick envelope of the plague mutation factor. At the same time, she didn't need to breathe or anything, and looked in all directions. I don't know when, one after another silhouettes have come out, with black and purple light flashing in their eyes, staring at her stubbornly. Clap clap clap. With the sound of applause, Lin walked out slowly, with admiration on his face. As expected of the Saintess of Ganon, she is amazing. To be able to do this, I am afraid that the entire high-level human beings will be deceived by you. Seeing that Saintess Ganon had no expression or response at all, Lin said with a smile. That's right, it's really hard to determine what kind of thing you are now. Saintess Ganon responded indifferently and said something indifferently. No breathing. In an instant, a powerful power radiated out, radiating all human beings including Lin. He covered his neck, and his face began to turn red. As time passed, all the humans fell to the ground because of lack of oxygen. They are all dead. The corpse also began to undergo dramatic changes, directly turning into a plague mutation factor in the air. Even Lin himself is in it. A touch of disdain appeared on the corner of Sound Lady Ganon's mouth, and then she was about to leave. Hello. Pretty boy, do you want to leave now? Aren't you going to play with me for a while? A joking voice appeared, and Saintess Ganon's face became extremely ugly and ashen. It seemed that her human side had not been completely erased. Seeing Lin leaning on the road wall in front of her, she exited again indifferently. muscle atrophy. In an instant, the power of authority that surpassed the Calamity King radiated out and acted on Lin. There was no resistance at all. Muscles began to atrophy and collapse, and in the blink of an eye, Lin became a body that couldn't move on his own, and could only collapse in place. The power beyond the authority of the Calamity King is indeed very unusual, and I feel that I follow the law. My authority of the plague has no resistance at all, but... Looking at Saint Ganon walking past again, Lin's eyes were faint. If you really think you've lost, you'd be wrong. He doesn't have much, that is. He has a lot of people. Today, let this old lady know what it means to have a lot of people and a lot of power. When Saint Lady Ganon walked around the corner of the passage, her footsteps stopped, and her face was extremely ugly. Just because of the entrance and exit in front, 7 or 8 Lins were looking at him with a smile, as if no matter how he killed him, he couldn't kill him. A large number of plague mutation factors are flooded in the base. As long as there is energy and nutrition, one by one Lin clones can be created extremely quickly, almost endlessly. This nourishment and energy are naturally dead human beings, or living human beings. Of course, Lin, who has evolved from himself in this way, will not be very strong. It is probably around the disaster index of 20W, which is equivalent to the weakest disaster king stage. But if it is an infinite number, it will become the most terrifying force in the world. This is a confrontation between human sea tactics and extraordinary instincts. I heard that you are very rude. Let's go with our brothers, let's see what you can do with us. There's something for a duel. Numerous Lins said with a smile, that the characters of these Lins will be relatively influenced by the media, that is, those human spirits, Jiao, who died. As the original consciousness of Lin's clone, as a leader, he looked at Saint Lady Ganon indifferently. His purpose is very simple, to fight this guy, and then drag her as much as possible. John has already boarded the plane and is moving away quickly. As long as he goes to another place, with the analysis and processing of the chip, the core source of authority must belong to him. Right now is the best time to fight. It will take some time for the King of Explosion to arrive. I also want to test the extent of my power. Lin and Ganon Saintess looked at each other, and they were tense. The other party has his own words and can use various abilities, but he is not bad. There are almost hundreds of abilities recorded in the Plague Mutation Factor, but usually even if the characteristics of the Plague Mutation Factor are used, are enough. This opponent is enough to make Lin unleash his firepower. Chapter 284. Saintess Ganon had a gloomy face, and she also felt that her other half was getting further and further away from her position. It can't be dragged here any longer. Death immediately. The ability to speak the law is used again. All Lin felt the shadow of death sweeping over, and every function of the body was completely stopped. In the normal sense of death, they were indeed dead, but don't forget that Lin's existence is a plague mutation factor. The death of the body does not mean that the plague mutation factor is also dead, and the death caused by the other party cannot reach such a level. What the reality showed is that all Lin stopped breathing. His pupils were gray, and fell directly to the ground. The temperature was already cold, he died. However, the plague mutation factor scattered out and condensed Lin's body again, which was called killing, but not completely. For the first time, the eyes of Saintess Ganon showed surprise and incomprehension. She had clearly let this person die. Even if she had the ability to clone, she should die. Even if he had the ability to heal himself, he should have died, so why can he still be alive? This time, 10 Lins stood up again, each with a dazzling black and purple light, using their abilities. Death Ray. Flamethrower. Mind Attack. Petrochemical Corrosion. They are all different abilities. The mutants in the apocalyptic world do not know how many abilities are born, and Lin, as the source of the mutants, can naturally use these abilities. Thousands of varieties without duplicates. In an instant, the light of various elements shone in the passage, forming unimaginable ultra-high energy fluctuations, drowning the Saintess of Ganon. This is a tidal jet of energy. The steel floor and the walls of special materials in the passage were completely melted, charred black, the unpleasant smell was emitted, the grey liquid fell, and the shape could no longer be maintained. However, after everything subsided, Sound Lady Ganon appeared unscathed, with a transparent shield blocking her. "You are very dangerous, you must deal with it," Saintess Ganon said indifferently. "Come on then." Lyn chuckled lightly. A Lyn behind him came out and used his ability, which is telepathy. Connected to the heart of Saintess Ganon, just when he was about to manipulate, Saintess Ganon said with indifferent eyes, "Soul Backlash." That Lyn's eyes exploded directly, and the 7 holes bleed. Fell down, died, and then turned into a plague mutation factor and merged into the air. But then another Lyn appeared, still the one with the telepathic ability. But at the same time, one Lyn used the teleportation ability to send several Lyns to the Saintess of Ganon together. This time, the face of Saintess Ganon completely lost her composure. "You. Aren't you very good at speaking? You can say whatever you want. I have so many people that you can't tell me." Lyn, who was closest to Saintess Ganon, said with a smile. His ability is that his muscles become huge, and his right arm instantly becomes incomparably large, and he slaps it directly. But before the remittance was sent, Saintess Ganon said she was dead. Death immediately. Still the same operation, with the reintroduction of the plague mutation factor, the new Lyn clone came out, as if endless. Lyn's main consciousness clone said lightly, "It seems that although your ability is terrifying, it's not incomprehensible. Try to beat me." Of course, this is the more incomprehensible existence facing Lyn. He is a plague mutation factor, so there is no way to completely kill and obliterate him. Endless resurrection, even if the Saintess of Ganon spoke the words and said that her throat was smoking, there was no way to do it. Perhaps, there is a real chance to kill this old lady here. Killing intent erupted in Lyn's eyes. Chapter 285. Saintess Ganon said coldly, "You are unexpected. Who are you? There is no you in the prophecy, you who do not exist. Are you joking? I'm just standing in front of you," Lyn said lightly. "Stop thinking, brain necrosis." Saintess Ganon thought for a while, and then said such a sentence directly. This is indeed a good point for Lyn. Since he can't kill him, his thoughts will be worn away. If he can't think, it's death on another level. When the power of the core of authority came into play, all Lyn's consciousness was instantly wiped out, including Lyn's main consciousness clone. His body fell to the ground with a bang. He was brain dead. He could still breathe instinctively, but he couldn't wake up again. Seeing such a situation, Saintess Ganon breathed a sigh of relief. This enemy is finally dead. Then Saintess Ganon chased her other half and left here. A minute later, the corpses who couldn't wake up opened their eyes again and stood up one after another. His eyes were faint, as if there was another meaning in it. All the conditions have been prepared, and the next time is when I advance to the perfect calamity god. The next moment, it directly turned into a plague mutation factor and merged into the air. The same was true for the infected people in the entire base. 20 minutes later, the King of Explosions, Flaney, led his subordinates here. He was very angry. He had already attacked the core area. Who did it? Who can do this? Completely isolated his perception. After seeing the tragic situation at the base, his roar had been suppressed to the extreme, and he had to establish his majesty, otherwise his rule would be questioned. As a result, the War of the Five Kings started early, even if they were not fully prepared. All parties have been notified, and the other four forces have also been informed of the situation, and they have all expressed their challenges to see who is the King of Kings in this new era. The army, firepower, disaster star, the three aspects are carried out at the same time. It is ordinary human beings' panic. This nuclear war broke out. Why is there another war? This is the First World War, and the impact is definitely the biggest. At the same time, Lin's main consciousness entered another place. When he opened his eyes, he was on a helicopter. Next to him was a comatose John. The pilot was driving the plane. There were several barrels of oil on the chassis. A few infected people assisted Lin in the operation. The safest place is above the sky, and it is still moving all the time. The oil on the chassis is enough to support the flight for 2 days and 2 nights. Interpunct 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 interpunct. Lin has already done almost everything that he wants to do, and Saintess Ganon can no longer contact John. What I want to consider now is how to devour this core source of authority, and I will be able to get the answer in an hour. The blades flapped, and the helicopter moved all the way to the north. With the perception and monitoring of the plague mutation factor, even if the Saintess of Ganon had the ability to fly, it would be impossible to catch Lin. Matter 0. 3 hours later, Lin successfully found a way to devour the core source of authority and fuse it with his own plague authority, which is also a disguised sublimation and upgrade. Because of the analysis and intervention of the chip, and due to the plague mutation factor, Lin not only was not affected by his original information, but became the authority of the disaster god that belongs to him alone. Now, even if Sound Lady Ganon finds me, she can't take it out anymore. I have successfully sublimated, but I'm still halfway there. And the other half, of course, is in Ganon Sheng. On a woman, as long as you swallow her, you can achieve consummation. After that, there is another aspect, that is, the disaster index reaches 10 million. The combination of the two is the real third level, that is, the god of disaster. Earth. Chapter 286. The world of the god of calamity is about to end. I'll get it done today. At present, only 1/4 of Lin has become the third level, which is the same as the authority level of Saintess Ganon. I have changed a lot, and the chip lists my data. As Lin's thoughts moved, the corresponding data was listed. Host, Yeren Harak Disaster Authority. God of Plague, 25%. Disaster Index, 820. W Ability, Plague Variation Factor. Sure enough, there has been a lot of changes. At least in the column of authority, it is different from the King of Calamities. After being promoted to the top line of God, only the other half of his extraordinary instincts can fight against him. Now, even if Sound Lady Ganon wants to use her ability to speak the law to me, I can face it, unless it is against other substances. Lin said lightly. In the same way, he couldn't use the ability to speak the law to target the Saintess of Ganon. In this world, I am almost invincible, and I can start the final battle. The so-called 5 disaster kings are not necessary at all. At the moment when Lin devoured the core source of authority, I believed that Saintess Ganon also had a feeling. In the end, there could only be one of them. It was related to stepping into the third level. Since the attack on the Yixan Garden base, the Explosion King Flaney first launched the Five Kings War, and an unprecedented war has begun on the mainland. The King of Explosions, the King of Storms, the King of Snow, the King of Sea, the King of Earthquakes, and the other is the King of Falling, but it is clear that this battle will not allow any king to be free. If the fallen king does not participate in the battle, he will wait for the joint attack of the five kings of his generals. As a result, Wang Yong had no choice but to bring some of his Calamity subordinates to join the battle. After the human battle was unsuccessful, the Disaster Stars under the kings fought again. This was a battle of destiny driven by the world. Lin has already felt the consciousness of the world in the dark. Although it is weak, he still has his last strength. The son of destiny is that Wang Yong, and he was the one who won the final battle. He then took in all the disaster forces on the entire surface and fought the final battle with the Saintess of Ganon. There is no king of salvation and king of destruction at all, only the changed world instinctively resists his changes. No one knows the final result. Of course, all this is before Lin enters this world. When he came, everything changed. He was a person from outside the world, a variable that would break the deadlock. The progress of the world is really interesting. Without me, Saintess Ganon would probably have swallowed up the other half of the core source of authority and achieved perfection, that is, half of the disaster gods. As the son of the world, Wang Yong, after going through a series of hardships, will defeat many kings and become the king of kings, absorb a large amount of disaster power caused by the destruction of the world, and the disaster index will exceed 10 million. The other half of the realm of disaster gods. Lin's eyes are faint, this is the real destiny, the battle set. However, the things on both sides are occupied by themselves, stealers, thieves. The corners of Lin's mouth raised slightly, as if recalling the time when he stepped into the transcendent and stole the blood of the cursed snake. The body of an mortal, steal the extraordinary. But, I'm here to rob, how can I say stealing what I stole? The world without magic should develop according to the world without magic, technology is the right way. Chapter 287. A month has passed, and the battle on the ground is almost coming to an end. Now, the six kings are fighting, and they all have something to bear on each other. Lin was surprised that Saintess Ganon had disappeared, and even the plague mutation factor did not perceive her existence. But it doesn't matter, Lin has mastered all the calculation results. No matter how the process changes, he will win. Now, it's almost time to go down and end. I have absorbed all the catastrophic forces densely scattered over the world, and I'm only about 120 W away from breaking the 10 million mark. As long as it devours the authority and power of a few kings, that's it. Argansa Desert 30. The place where the final battle is chosen is here. The six figures divide the boundaries and oppose each other. The heaven and earth behind are the symbols of their power and power. The colors are different, and even the climate is affected. Trembling. As if there was an invisible king's sword standing upright, fighting against authority. No matter what ideas these kings have, they are destined to have a battle, a fateful battle. Without any sign, at this moment, a powerful disaster force broke out. The sky is full of ice and snow, the sound of explosions, and the shaking of the earth. Every king is exerting his most powerful power, and his authority and power are unreserved. Fighting in the desert, the most disadvantaged is Sea King, but he also has his own preparations. I saw him striving to the desert floor, and in the depths of the desert, there was a clattering sound. The sound of. Below the desert is mud, and below the mud is a rare underground river, which is very wide, and the source should be a long river. A large amount of water was used and controlled by Neptune, and the disadvantage of the surface was instantly transformed into an advantage. The water source formed the ocean and directly submerged everything around it, completely changing the desert environment. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Neptune is surrounded by water, and he feels like a duck to water in this temporary marine environment. With a smug look on his face, as long as there is water, he is invincible. But it seems to be thinking too much. When the ground shakes, the ocean environment actually cracks open. The man with a height of 2 meters, with a grim face, laughed wildly. "Stop daydreaming, look at me." Crash. The power of authority from the Earthquake King once again changed the terrain. Similarly, in the desert, it is extremely unfriendly to the Snow King, and it is impossible to effectively condense a large amount of ice and snow. Aquaman created this condition. She held her chest with both hands, and the pure white non-dress shone with ice crystal color, and it bloomed in an instant. With the support of a large number of water beads, the blossoming ice crystal flowers bloomed in this area, covering every king's body. Mr. He must be watching around. This is also part of the plan. What I need is to defeat them and let the world go on the right path. This kind of ice crystal flower is not simple. It looks like it will shatter when touched, but if it breaks, it will turn into even smaller ice thorns, which will directly enter the body through the respiratory tract and carry out deeper damage. Such damage is at the cellular level, otherwise the Snow King would not be able to discover Lin's plague mutation factor. But now Lin is different. Even the Snow King can't find it, and can only be infected. The ability of the 3rd level is completely different from the 2nd level. Chapter 288. The King of Explosion sneered, and the power of authority exploded, causing a huge explosion. The shock wave directly shattered and blew the ice crystal flowers that had spread and surrounded him, without affecting him in the slightest. The Earthquake King was even more straightforward. With a roar, he slammed the ground heavily, and the earth plate split, forming a simple shield directly, blocking the flight route of the ice crystal flower. Sea King directly formed a water prison to protect himself in it. The King of Storms had been holding his arms beside him, watching indifferently. At this moment, when the ice crystal flower attacked, he also sneered. Wang Yong, the worst king with no fighting spirit, could only start to dodge in embarrassment, or use his gravitational ability to roll up sand to block these ice crystal flowers. All this is monitored by the satellites on the planet, so that people all over the world can watch it. No one knows who will win in the final result. This is a battle that will determine the future of the world. Elder brother exclamation. Wang Yong's sister, Wang Ling, was watching this scene on TV from the hospital bed. Her condition was well controlled. However, when he saw his brother risking his life to fight, his heart was still in his throat. At the entrance of this hospital, the figure of a blonde woman appeared and walked directly inside. "Who are you? Stop." The face of the guard at the door changed greatly and pointed at Saint Esganon with a pistol. However, the result was that Saint Esganon said lightly, "No breathing." Slap. The corpse fell to the ground clutching its neck. The siren also sounded, and a large number of guards walked out one after another and began to launch fire attacks on Saint Esganon. But it didn't work at all. With a glance, all the soldiers in the world fell into a coma. Teleport. The Saint Esganon disappeared in place, and the place where she appeared the next moment was in Wang Ling's ward. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Wang Ling looked at Saint Esganon and said in surprise, but instinctively she sensed something was wrong with this woman. The frost-like cheek of Saint Esganon actually gave a rare smile, but this smile was very strange. "You are the best body. Pure." In the desert, the battle has reached the white-hot stage, and each has shown the ability to press the bottom of the box. Even Wang Yong is full of firepower, otherwise it is very likely that he will be wiped out in an instant. Where can you see that it is a desert here? All kinds of elemental energies are raging, and there is no way to calm down. Lin was in the sky above the desert, yawning as he watched the battle below. Suddenly, he seemed to have a sense of something and sensed something. A strange smile appeared on his face. Zhao Canes. I didn't think of the small tricks I did before, just to play a preventive role, but there are unexpected gains. This is really... In his perception, Wang Yong's sister, Wang Ling's body was actually occupied by Saintess of Ganon, which meant that the core source of the other half of the authority was in Wang Ling's body. And Wang Ling was infected with his plague mutation factor. It's so fun. Chapter 289. This so-called battle should also end. In the end, there are only 3 kings of the 6 kings. The others will become our resources. After the explosion, King set off a huge explosion that destroyed the sky and the earth. He walked out of the endless smoke, and his indifferent tone was obviously very confident. All the kings looked sideways. No, it should be said that in addition to the Storm King and the Earthquake King, they looked strange, and they actually stood directly beside the Explosion King, indifferently looking at the shocked Sea King and the Snow King, and Wang Yong, who was confused and confused. Neptune took a step back subconsciously, and the bad feeling in his heart became more and more serious. Okay, don't talk nonsense with them, just solve them directly. The king of the new era doesn't need to have too many. The Storm King grinned, his golden armor glowing in the sun. Yes, the king of the new era, 3 are enough. The Earthquake King's eyes were indifferent, the corners of his mouth laughed frivolously, and the power of authority began to radiate without reservation. It's too bad, these 3 people have reached an alliance. How can this be good? How can they be their opponents? Neptune's eyes were flustered, and he already had some thoughts of running away. But the other party obviously wouldn't give them this chance. The King of Explosion punched a range behind him, and the violent explosion unfolded, destroying everything cleanly, and revealing the hidden dangers in the desert. Something such as the control signals of space-based weapons. The flashing red signal light confirmed it. An extremely dangerous atmosphere was brewing on the sky, and the next moment it landed and exploded. It turned out to be several huge iron swords of pure silver quality, and the bearer fell with unimaginable power. The flames were burning, and after rubbing against the air, they made a harsher noise. We have to figure out a way. They are standing outside the range, only we will be hit, there is no time to escape at this time. The Snow King said with a pale face. We can only fight against the union of the other 3 if we unite. Sea King also shouted anxiously, looking at Wang Yong. My ability is to fall, just let me come, I should be able to stop it. Wang Yong gritted his teeth and said, and then pointed his hands at the black dot that was constantly expanding in the sky. The authority to fall has reached its limit, and I can feel the powerful falling power. What I can control, what I can definitely control. Wang Yong gritted his teeth, blood was oozing from his nostrils, he finally strayed from the kneeling of the few space-based weapons, and pulled the place where it fell to other places. And that place was above the heads of the King of Explosion and the others. Storm. Zero Gilgameon's eyes were gloomy, and she pulled up the strong wind, causing a sandstorm in the desert, and then she left the place. The same is true for the Earthquake King and the Explosion King, who all fled. Under such a terrifying attack, even the King of Calamities does not want to try. Boom. The violent explosion ravaged everything, and smoke and dust were everywhere. After everything was calm, the embarrassed figures of the King of Explosion and the others appeared. You guys are fine. The King of Explosion coughed, and the expression on his face was very ferocious. I'll let you know what real fear is. In an instant, in addition to his explosive power, 2 more powers arose, namely the 2 disaster kings killed by him. This move not only made Sea King and the 3 of them seem like hell, but even Gilgame and the Earthquake King watched in shock. full of incomprehension. "Why do you have another power?" Aquaman swallowed his saliva and said, "Ha ha ha ha. Of course it came from the two rubbish I killed, otherwise why would the kings fight each other?" The words of the King of Explosion let them know the result, that is, killing the King of Calamity can gain the King of Calamity's power. But Gilgamesh seemed to have thought of something. Her pupils shrank for a while. She once killed an unknown king. But why doesn't she have another king's authority? Unless that guy isn't dead, it's all the other party's play. The ultimate humiliation appeared on Gilgame's face, and the anger could hardly be concealed. She, Lord of the Storm, Gilgamem, was actually deceived, fooled. She has been complacent for a long time, and she has been preaching it everywhere, and it is still circulating in her territory. This is unacceptable to her arrogance. Ah, the nameless king. You're fooling a great king. Gilgamem's eyes were full of blood red. The storm began to rise, and the world changed because of Gilgame's anger. This situation surprised most of the kings. The King of Explosion said inexplicably, "Don't you know the King of Storms? Didn't you kill an unknown king?" These words undoubtedly added fuel to the fire, and the humiliation in Gilgame's heart was about to explode. And the corner of Lin's mouth raised slightly in the sky above the desert. "Oh, I was actually discovered." Chapter 290. Don't say anything. Gilgamem looked at him viciously, but the King of Explosion was overwhelmed. But the situation of several people has not ended yet. A figure has walked out of the long yellow sand, and that is another person. A frail woman, wearing a simple hospital gown, makes it hard to believe how she appeared in the here. All the kings looked over, just because a strange aura emanated from the woman, making them very uncomfortable. That was a situation where their lives were threatened. What kind of woman can make several great kings feel the danger? Even bigger than the threat of space-based weapons. "Who are you? Who allowed you to break in? Sister. Why are you here?" With completely different answers, the other kings looked at Wang Yong in astonishment. It was actually his sister. What is happening? Lin's eyes became more subtle. It seemed that Saintess Ganon chose a very good result, and she watched a lot. Indeed, how could it be regarded as the instinct of a third-level existence? How could one not know the relationship between the world and him? The aura of destiny that shrouded Wang Yong. It was almost obvious that the world had put everything on it, and the Saintess of Ganon did the opposite, and it was better to deal with Wang Yong. Even if the other party explodes, will they attack their own sister? The answer is no. After devouring the other half of the core source of authority, Lin can already cover up his aura and existence, and will not be felt by Saintess Ganon. The other party occupies Wang Ling's body, as conspicuous as the sun. The reactions and inquiries of many kings did not change Wang Ling's expression in the slightest, but he said softly, "Self-restraint. The ability to speak and follow the law directly affects all the kings." The Storm King widened his eyes, felt this irresistible force, and said with gritted teeth, "What are you kidding? One by one, what is this? What do you think of this uncle? This uncle is the King of the Storm." What? She fought against it with all her might, using her own authority and power to the limit, and she only gave herself a little mobility, probably the base of action like on elderly Parkinson's. As for more, it is impossible to do at all. This kind of power, is even more advanced and powerful than mine. My guess is correct, the power of the Disaster King has a source. You are the main messenger behind the scenes, right? The King of Explosion said with enthusiasm and excitement in his eyes. His resistance is much better than others. After all, he has the ability of 3 Disaster Kings, and he can actually fight back. However, instead of attacking Wang Ling, he instead attacked the Earthquake King who was also immobile next to him. "What are you doing? Wow! You actually shot at me. The Earthquake King looked at the hand running through his heart in disbelief, and a more subtle explosion vented in it, destroying all his vitality. There is no way, only with enough power can we fight against this unprecedented guy. She is the one hiding behind the scenes. The King of Explosion pulled out his bloody hand, the Earthquake King's body fell down, and then the power of the other party's authority blessed him. Interpunct 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 interpunct. With the further weakening of the language, the excitement on his face became more and more. The plan is feasible. As long as I defeat all the Disaster Kings and bless me with various powers of authority, I can become the only king who can suppress and oppose such a higher existence. You all become my nourishment. The Explosion Dynasty rushed over with the remaining Disaster Kings. Wang Ling didn't know the reason, but just indifferently watched the Disaster Kings kill each other. And the rest of the Disaster Kings can only be slaughtered by others because of their own words. Things have become very interesting. Lin was on the clouds, watching the development of things with a smile. For him, no matter how far things developed, he could not be shaken. Because the law of victory has already been written. Host, Lin Harak Authority, God of Plague Disaster Index, soon, the disaster index is only tens of thousands from that point, and the absorbed power is almost completely absorbed. The God of Calamity is no longer far away, just within reach. In the field, the King of Explosion showed great power, first killing the King of Storms, and the power of authority was blessed. Then, under the desperate gaze of Sea King, he quickly crushed his heart. Then there are the remaining Snow King and Wang Yong, the fallen king. The existence of Lin was not known to the King of Explosion, and the King of Storms did not say it before he died. The King of Explosion, who was in a state of frenzy, didn't seem to have found his authority and power, and the amount accumulated was not right. Earth. Chapter 291. However, at the moment when the King of Explosion killed the Snow King, Lin still complied with the promise that she would see the future of mankind, strip her consciousness and soul, and use the plague mutation factor to gather a body. There was shock in the eyes of the revived Snow King. After all, what Lin has done now is to bring the dead back to life. She felt that she did have a real body. Mr. Y. What's going on here? There was hesitation on the Snow King's face, but she still said it. She had too many questions. No need to say more, you will understand after reading it. Lin smiled lightly. At the same time, the body formed by the plague mutation factor spontaneously told the Snow King some information. Beneath the desert, when the King of Explosion killed the Snow King, only Wang Yong was left, and Wang Ling, who was watching indifferently beside him. Humans all over the world are also watching every scene that happens here, and their mood is tense. After the death of each king, there are many people who collapse. Once upon a time, their fate was not in their own hands, but in the hands of these Disaster Kings. What I want you to see is not the battle between the Disaster Kings, but the reaction of humans. Lin said slowly, once upon a time, the human beings who originally had the dominant power, the human beings who occupied the dominant position of the planet, needed to rely on the breath of the Disaster King to survive, and the word of the Disaster King could determine the future. Recall carefully, what would the world be like when there was no Calamity King? What do you think the future will be like? The Snow King's expression was in a trance for a while, and he fell into a daze, and then finally realized it. I know, Mr. He. The best future is only when humans dominate their own world. The emergence of disaster stars is accompanied by a steady stream of disasters and man-made disasters. This is unavoidable. Only when the power of disaster disappears is the real thing. A new world. The Snow King said with excitement on his face. Now it's your turn, the last guy. As long as I kill you, I will be able to gather the authority and power of 10 kings and become the most powerful being to fight against an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. This is the real prophecy. This is the real destiny. The ferocious smile on the face of the King of Explosion, the clouds surrounding the powerful disaster force, as he said, absorbed a lot of authority and power. The disaster index rarely exploded to about 400 W. It was really terrifying. Wang Yong looked at his sister and found that she was still indifferent, not knowing what happened. But 3. I also have something to carry. Wang Yong roared, the bloodshot in his pupils began to shrink, and an unprecedented disaster force erupted, and the fate of the world began to favor, helping him gather all the remaining disaster forces on the ground. This kind of blessing is extremely terrifying, making his disaster index soar to around 500 W, surpassing the King of Explosion in one fell swoop. No. It's impossible. Where do you get your power? Why do you have such power? Why? Why? The King of Explosion was directly forced to retreat by Wang Yong's outburst, with a look of unwillingness and distortion on his face. Wang Ling's eyes fluctuated. She was excited for the first time, and her choice was correct. Sure enough, the seeds exploded. Fighting with the protagonist who hangs on the wall, the King of Explosion, no matter how much kryptonite you have, it is useless. It is worthless. Lin said strangely. He also probably understood the plan of Saint Escanon. It was really a good idea. If he devoured the remaining consciousness of the world and blessed him, he would be able to reach the god of disaster. But it must be in this world to be considered a third level, which is equivalent to a union. Pity. I definitely don't admit that there is a more powerful disaster king than me. I definitely won't allow it. The blue veins on the face of the King of Explosion swelled, and he roared, and the punch that carried all his strength swung out directly. The most important thing for human beings is the exchange of emotions. This is the most real human being. Eat me a trick and love infinite. Wang Yong also began to explode, and the favor and blessing of the world consciousness made it a mess. The two catastrophic forces collided, causing deeper changes. The ground of the desert began to crack, the space was faintly unstable. The airwaves were vented, the wind was raging, and the wind and clouds danced. Celestial phenomena, earth, space, and even time have a rare distortion at the core point where the two collide. At the final moment of collision, the faces of the two of them were filled with blood, and the 7 orifices bleed. I am the final winner. Slap. The corpse of the King of Explosion, which lost his life fluctuation, fell to the ground. Wang Yong, who was gasping for breath, became the final winner. All the power gathered behind him, covering the sky and the sun, and the power of disaster was as vast as the sky and the earth. He became the last King of Kings. Chapter 292. Unimaginable rays of light erupted from Wang Yong's body. The most important thing is that he is blessed by the consciousness of the world, so he can perfectly integrate all the powers of authority. This is equivalent to the world agreeing to help him carry out such a fusion. The breath is constantly increasing, and the power of disaster is multiplying at an unimaginable speed, and it will soon exceed 600 W. 700 W, 800 W. In the end, it stopped at about 900 W, and only moved a few times. The desert was full of sand and dust, and Lin looked at it with faint eyes. The real son of the world is amazing. If you want to go further, you need my consent. Indeed, Wang Yong's fusion of disaster authority is only 9, and he has not completely reached 10, so his evolution is not complete. As for reaching the disaster god, it is even more wishful thinking. But Lin also has his own thinking about it. He also wanted to see if Wang Yong could integrate the authority of the 10 disaster kings and be able to do this and be promoted to the disaster god. So 30 years ago, he dispersed the authority and power of the king of plague from him, and entered Wang Yong's body along the path of darkness. Lin himself has reached the level of the god of plague, and he is still his own god of plague. Fundamentally, a part of him is already on an equal footing with him. Wang Yong absorbs disaster forces from all over the world, as well as gifts from the world. As a child of destiny, he has such treatment, and luck and opportunities are never lacking. But when he merged the authority of the disaster king, he instinctively felt the emptiness in the depths of his soul, as if a hole had appeared, and something was still missing, so he could never reach perfection. This made him impatient, but it didn't take long for that strange feeling to disappear, and the missing part was filled in again. Although he didn't know what happened, the carefree Wang Yong didn't think too much about it, and everything came together naturally. The authority of the 10 disaster kings merged into a special authority, similar to the god of disaster, but not the god of disaster. However, Lin's pupils shrank slightly. Wang Yong's aura had reached another level, just like him, but not perfect. That's right. Even if his disaster index is about to reach the critical value of tens of millions, he has absorbed half of the core source of authority, and only part of it has become a disaster god, and the rest are still in the second level stage. Wang Yong was able to reach this stage, mainly because of the participation of the world consciousness, allowing Wang Yong to successfully integrate and become such a special existence. Comparable to some disaster gods of strength, but not a disaster god, still in the stage of a disaster king. The corners of Lin's mouth raised slightly, things became more and more interesting, the world and he, who is the winner, who can stand above others. The answer is about to be revealed. All this is done with the attitude of a bystander. Being able to lie down and win, waiting for the disaster index to exceed 10 million. Why take risks and make waves everywhere? Sister, what's wrong with you? Answer me, why are you here? Wang Yong really has returned from the king, and his aura finally returned to his original state, without showing any signs, and slowly walked towards Wang Ling. Santescanon smiled slightly and said slowly, brother. Then he opened his hands, as if he was going to hug. Wang Yong's eyes were moist, and the two embraced. Very sisterly. Suddenly, Wang Yong looked at his chest in disbelief. A white hand had penetrated his chest and crushed his heart. Everything was so sudden. Sister. You. The enthusiasm and excitement in Santescanon's eyes could hardly be concealed. Mr. He, what the hell is going on? Why did Wang Yong's sister attack Wang Yong suddenly? Why don't we help him? The Snow King said in surprise, with a puzzled look in his eyes. The source of the disaster power is now Wang Yong. He is the embodiment of disaster. He possesses all the disaster power in this world. Only by sacrificing him can everything end. Lin said without blushing at all. Similarly, it is also to force out the main messenger behind the scenes. The root cause of all these disasters is Wang Ling. It should be said that the Saintess of Ganon who occupied Wang Ling's body. She spread the prophecy and deceived the world, and humanity. Lin explained. Santescanon easily killed Wang Yong. In front of her sister, the last King of Kings was killed without any resistance. Even when he died in the hands of his sister, the corners of his mouth were smiling. For him, being alive is the biggest burden, right? The burden of this power makes him extremely heavy. Even if he dies, he will be relieved. That incomparable power began to tilt towards Saintess Ganon, blessing her and complementing the original half of the core source of authority. Combining the two into one is definitely not as simple as 1 plus 1. Equivalent to the combination of soul and body, this is the real god of disaster. Lin is also walking on this path. He and Ganon Saintess each have half of the core source of authority, and also a huge disaster force integrated into his body. Chapter 293. Then the final result can only be decided between Ganon Saintess and Lin. It's also time for me to appear and end everything in the end. Lin applied a lazy waste on the clouds. No matter how many times he looked at it, the Snow King still couldn't understand it. How can human beings be able to come back to life and stand on the clouds? The realm of strength is different. The Snow King seems to be looking at a mountain. In fact, that mountain still has water. Looking at the mountain is not water. The principle is very simple, but if you do this, you must be above the King of Calamities. Mr. Hay, your plan and decision are? Snow King still asked cautiously, with worry on his beautiful face. After all, the future destiny of mankind rests with Lin, and everything depends on how he chooses to treat him. Lin smiled lightly. Of course my decision is to go down and blow her up. This sentence is not very sonorous, but with unparalleled seriousness, as if as he said, it must be possible to do it. The Snow King's eyes were filled with brilliance as he watched Lin step by step like a god descending from the sky, walking down from above the clouds. If it is Mr. He must be able to do it, right? She didn't even realize it herself, and unknowingly, she had placed Lin's status in her heart. Look, what is that? There is a figure walking down from the sky. I don't have dazzling eyes, please pinch me. Damn it, what's the situation? Why is the current situation twists and turns? Who is that woman? Who is this person who came down from the sky? Could it be that there are still legendary aliens, or the King of Calamities who can fly? Who is in the hands of the fate of our humanity? The human beings around the world who watched this scene, made different comments one after another. Some are pessimistic and pitiful, some are looking forward to it, and some are just simply curious about Lin's identity, living heartlessly. At this moment, the eyes of the whole world are on Lin. And the change of the Saintess of Ganon is almost over. The massive disaster power flows into the body, and the special authority and the core source of authority are merged together. In the end, it was like returning to the basics. The pure white holy clothes were draped over the body, the hair was flying, and the pupils also radiated luster, like a god in the world. In Lin's pupils, the data of Saintess Ganon appeared, hint, name, Ganon, authority, god of angels, disaster index, 1000W. He has already broken the tens of millions, and even the authority is the god of disaster, just like Lin. It can be said that the strength of Saintess Ganon has completely surpassed Lin. You shouldn't have come, outsider. If you hide or stop me in advance, you still have a chance, but now you have completely lost. Saintess Ganon looked at Lin and said expressionlessly. His own emotions and character have been completely wiped out, and some have only his instinct and indifference, just like a machine. She is also the most terrifying, only because of her way of thinking and vision. Lin believed that his arrangement had been seen through by the other party. Sure enough. Saintess Ganon sneered and said, "You think that you can influence me through the substance that only exists in this body, but that's a big mistake." Lin felt that the manipulation of the opponent's body became weaker and weaker, and it seemed that the opponent was also consciously erasing the influence. Slap. Lin snapped his fingers gently. The Plague God mutation factor began to break out in an all-round way, carrying out forced mutation and self-alienation. I saw Saintess Ganon's skin trembling everywhere, as if a large number of small bug-like living things were about to burrow out from under the skin, but when they were stopped, the skin began to swell, like a balloon in the blink of an eye. Next moment, with the sound of a bang, Santescanon's body exploded into a blood mist, completely dissipating in the void. Mr. Hijai, have you successfully dealt with the enemy? The Snow King stared at it with wide eyes. He didn't seem to think that it would be so easy. It was just a snap of his fingers. Lin raised his brows, and saw a ray of light appearing in the surrounding void. It was clear that it was a sunny day. This situation still occurred, making it clear that what was blooming was light. It is the holy light, all the manifestations of holiness, giving people a great sense of peace in their hearts. The pictures, Zhao Conhao, seen by the global residents through the live broadcast screen, the light gradually became enough to form an angel with 6 wings. Oh my God, this is God coming. Really an angel, a great angel. What the hell is going on in this world? Why are all the angels coming out? Lin's eyes didn't change at all, and there was a little disdain at the corner of his mouth. If you become a bird man, you can do it. The truth is, under that pure white holy light, a dead bird whose body is full of ashes, death, filth, and sticky pus is right. It has no wings and feathers, it is bare, and it is stained with foul-smelling water. This is the incarnation of disaster. All holiness is a disguise, and mortals cannot see it clearly. Chapter 294. Thanks to all brothers and sisters for their suggestions. I know I'm wrong and will correct it. The angel of disaster was condensed, and she had completely become him, without any human emotion. The hostility condensed on Lin's body, and without any sign, the confrontation and battle between the two began. There are no fancy combat special effects, and no deafening and devastating scenes. Within the battlefield of the Angel of Calamity and Lin, pure white and black-purple rays of light were displayed, and they were both full of erosive power, swallowing and occupying the opposite side. It seems to be just an alternation of colors, but it involves many rules and principles, as well as the inherent suppression of power. Lin continuously draws the plague god mutation factors from all over the world. The power is extremely erangable and almost endless, but the disaster angel has evolved to another level, and the quality has improved to a higher level, even if it is Lin. The powerful disaster force has not been completely suppressed. Time went on like this, and under the gazes of human beings all over the world, this silent battle spent a day and a night. Finally, the pairing and interweaving of colors have a subtle changed. The white light was swallowed and merged into the black and purple, which seemed to be stronger. Then it was like an avalanche, and the white began to exert force, completely swallowing the black and purple and suppressing it. You lose, outsider, at the cost of staying in this world and becoming a part of me. The disaster angel kept his mouth shut, and said this sentence with his spiritual awareness. Not always. Lin's body was about to be swallowed up by the white light, but there was no panic on his face. He smiled lightly. A sense of volatility originating from the core of the world exudes. The angel of disaster's expression changed completely. What have you done? I can't beat you. Naturally, I can only throw myself into the arms of the center of the world. Just like him, I can integrate into this world and bring the extraordinary source, the power of disaster. And Lin's integration into the world naturally brings only the power of mutation factors. The angel of disaster can feel that there is a big problem at the source of the disaster. Looking at it from a deep perspective, his body has been completely swallowed by a dense layer of black and purple active substances. You bastard, you're damned. The catastrophe angel lost his temper for the first time, because this world can be said to be the world that carries the power of disaster. If even the power of disaster is lost, it cannot carry it, and it is carrying another kind of power, then its so-called powerful nature is like a bubble. Pass away. It's useless. The final result has become a foregone conclusion. I won. Lin said lightly. The next moment, The mutation factor that has infected the consciousness of the world arrived, enveloped the world, and directly began to oppress everything that occupied the disaster angel. There are still a few nails in the broken ship. In a short while, this catastrophe angel can still hold on, but as time goes by, the catastrophe angel without the support of the catastrophe force will be wiped out. It is a sure thing. In the past 3 years, the angel of disaster has been successfully wiped out, and the world is still not on the road of real technology, but the extraordinary technology of magic transformation. The extraordinary power comes from Lin's Plague God mutation factor, and he began to develop all possibilities of the Plague God mutation factor. After swallowing the angel of disaster, Lin successfully advanced his soul to the 3rd level, achieving an unprecedented leap forward. After staying in this disaster god world for about a year, I have dealt with everything that follows. Lin decided to return to the wizarding world, and he got almost everything he deserved. The follow-up arrangement is to create a new human empire. The goddess of the empire is the Snow King. She is the first person to regain control of the extraordinary power after the New World. She has the highest authority of the God of Plague mutation factor power and helps Lin take care of the world. In the dimensional space, Lin opened his eyes, the meaning of vicissitudes flashed past, and finally came back. This dimensional trial was successfully completed. Received the biggest reward in dimensional space, but it was still a long way from what Lin wanted to exchange. So he temporarily put out the idea of continuing to explore the world recently. Instead, he focused on his practice in the wizarding world. According to the memory meeting and the news conveyed, the deity's harvest is also a lot, and it is not far from being promoted to the 2nd level wizard, and more importantly, it has finally successfully advanced to the official stage of pharmacist and alchemist. Even the progress in the bloodline is rapid. The first stage of the bloodline of the cursed snake is almost complete, and it's just a little bit to advance to the next stage. The many unexpected joys made Lin even more excited. This book has been written so far that many brothers have left, but I still insist that in addition to being worthy of the brothers who are still supporting, it is also for the purpose of improving and finding my own mistakes and weaknesses. Point. Comma. Chapter 295. In the world, the Lin Alchemy shop has gradually become popular, and the products sold are increasing day by day, and the profits are not cheap. Lin's own strength has also increased a lot. Those guys who wanted to attack him last time have long since become some life excrement in the inner world. Chip, list my data, analyze what I need next, and the progress of the road. Host, Lin Harak, level, Soul, level 3, Curse, level 1, Bloodline, level 1, Occupation, Pharmacist, Formal, Alchemist, Formal, items, Conjuration origin, Staff, Mutant crown, Ring, extraordinary knowledge, some advanced pharmacy, advanced pharmacy. Alchemy. Secondary energy. Blood flesh knowledge. Hint. The current level of the host is progressing extremely well. The analysis results are as follows. The soul path can be used as a promotion standard by continuing to occupy the eroded world, or devour other extraordinary beings of the same type. The cursed meditation path can be used as a promotion standard to increase the meditation speed and increase the spiritual power through pharmacy and corresponding auxiliary items. The bloodline path is already at 90% of the mature stage of the first part of the cursed serpent, and the latest flesh and blood embryos are being cultivated. Looking at the hard work and improvement over the years, Lin gradually raised a smile on the corner of his mouth. In just a few decades, the current level of, a level that other wizards may never reach in a lifetime. Their analysis of the chip is very thorough. Next, I am going to prepare the creatures in the inner world to improve the spiritual power, and the corresponding formal knowledge of medicine. My level can already be refined. Lin's thoughts rolled, and he already had his own arrangements. In the real-world laboratory, Lin, who has many occupations, no longer needs to worry about resources anymore, and is also considering moving the laboratory to the third floor recently. The drawbacks of the second layer have already appeared, that is, the supply of energy and the replenishment of resources are simply not good enough. Only some extraordinary materials used by official wizards are sufficient for my use. Looking at the flesh and blood embryos shining strangely in the culture chamber, Lin knew that if he continued in this state, he would conservatively estimate that he would cultivate for 1 year, but if he reached the third floor, it would be very different. He is confident that he will be able to fully cultivate this latest flesh and blood embryo within half a year. Through the Alchemy Land and the Apothecary Alliance, all the extraordinary bloodlines I have found are in it. If I can be sure that the cultivation is completed, I will be able to advance my cursed snake bloodline again and become a second-level bloodline wizard. Thinking of this, Lin no longer hesitated. The so-called threat of the three alliances is no longer a threat. Although the Plague God mutation factor needs a lot of time to assimilate Lin's mutation factor, the third-level personality can bring Lin's unscrupulous confidence. This is the top fighting class in the Black Triangle, except for the Eternal Great Wizard who doesn't know the depth. In the evening, Lin successfully completed all the relocation procedures, and the next step was to enter the third floor. Before that, he had to get a certificate. Lin came to the Tower of the Apothecary Alliance. The blue light of the energy lines gave people a unique feeling. The alchemy puppet had already recorded Lin's information and did not block it. It was silent, and its pupils were grey. The blue light inside his body proves that he is always guarding the Tower of the Apothecary Union. Pharmacist Lin, visiting late at night is a rare visitor. 2. Chapter 296. Pharmacist Lin, visiting late at night is a rare visitor. Orlando and Lin met and talked in a private room. There is a little thing to trouble the Orlando pharmacist, and there are also some tasks related to the Pharmacist Alliance. Lin told some of his own information, and there was no need to hide it, including that when he became an official pharmacist. He also said it directly. The higher one's own value is displayed, the higher the weight in the Apothecary Union will be. What? You have been successfully promoted to the official pharmacist. Orlando's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief. As the official wizard of the Apothecary Union, there is nothing that can make him feel so emotional. But the news that Lin revealed had reached the point where he couldn't keep his calm. This is an official pharmacist. In the Pharmacist Alliance, it is already at the middle stage, and can recruit students and apprentices. On an equal footing with him, he has the same rights and status. Lin is still so young, more talented than himself, and has a future. Orlando's eyes on Lin changed instantly. Although there were still many doubts in his mind, there was no need to explore. The value shown by Lin was enough to prove everything. Yerin, congratulations on your promotion to the official pharmacist. More permissions will be opened to you, and you are already qualified to enter the Pharmacist Union headquarters for further education. The follow-up is some rules and information that Orlando told, and also let Lin learn more information and secrets about the Pharmacist Union. The night was as hazy as ink, and Lin was walking on the streets of the Eternal City with a special nameplate symbolizing his identity. I didn't think. The right to be an official pharmacist is actually so great. You can have a chance once a month to let members with lower authority levels do things. If you go to an area without an alliance branch, the pharmacist with the highest authority will be responsible for becoming the leader of that area, and when other pharmacists are tasked and exchanged, they are all the leaders. Lin smiled slightly. The next day, with some help from Orlando, Lin successfully obtained the procedures to enter the third floor, otherwise he might have to waste some time. Lin's strength is also the biggest proof. The rotten sunlight is accompanied by colorful rainbow lights, like the Milky Way passing by, hanging above the third floor of the entire Eternal City. Compared with the second floor, the environment here is even more different. For example, without some aircraft made of steel and metal, the buildings here are more high-tech, more futuristic, and sci-fi. If Lin hadn't felt the radiation fluctuations of a large number of wizards, he even thought he had entered some cyberpunk, or interstellar future city. Apart from some superficial ones, there seems to be something deeper in the third layer of darkness. These energy fluctuations are divided into is related to the starry sky, densely packed. Lin's eyes were faint. He still had the path of a star wizard, but unfortunately the progress was not very great. "Excuse me, are you the pharmacist who wants to settle on the third floor?" A man with a strange stature came up, wearing a grey shabby cloak. His face was not human, but a humanoid. This guy is an official wizard, and his strength is not weak. Does it belong to the power and wizard of the Eternal City itself? Lin nodded calmly. I think you have received the corresponding proof and information here. I need to settle on the third floor and build my own wizard tower. Lin said slowly. His strength is also time to build a wizard tower of his own. There is no problem with this. Dear Apothecary, you are a member of the Apothecary Alliance, and you have reached the official level. You can settle on the third floor and build the wizard tower. The Eternal City will also help. And loans. By the way, my name is Seth, I'm the manager of the third floor of Eternal City in charge of industry and information connection. Please come with me. Chapter 297. Lin followed this humanoid wizard named Seth to the place where he chose the site. I don't know if the pharmacist has any requirements or conditions of his own. In addition to some official wizards on the third floor, there are many family members, students, and disciples who are related to official wizards. It is a special talent like you, Pharmacist Sama. Seth explained. It seems that Orlando didn't reveal too much information, at least Lin's official wizard strength has not been disclosed. Under Seth's narration, Lin learned about the differences in the regions. This is closely related to the core of the Eternal City. The closer the area is to the Eternal Wizard Tower, the greater the supply of spiritual tides. There is even a chance to be received by the Eternal Wizard Tower, which is a dream for ordinary wizards. Things can be said to be the first to get the moon near the water. Even the third floor is more than enough for a formal wizard to meditate. There is a thick and rich spiritual tide. For some wizard apprentices, it is even more like heaven. A year of practice here is comparable to 10 years of practice below, 20 years. Year. Lin's mind turned. Naturally, only the descendants of the wizards who had a relationship, or the official disciples of the wizards, were qualified to stay there and meditate. The gap has been there since the beginning. The S area is the Eternal Wizard Tower. The A area is the area where the major wizards are located. The B area is the construction area of the official wizards' wizard tower, and the C area is the area where special talents such as pharmacists and alchemists are included. Sure enough, strength is the most important thing at any time. Even if you have the ability that a formal wizard doesn't have, but your strength is not enough, you can only be in the outermost range. Under his thoughts, Lin has already decided his choice. The intensity of the spiritual tide is very important, and the choice of the region determines the difference in class and circle. Lin has no idea of lowering his head, and he is not afraid of any threat now. With the passage of time, when his Plague God mutation factor has updated all the mutation factors, then he is a true third-level official wizard. It is comparable to the highest combat power of the major wizarding forces. Just a word from him can usher in a large number of followers. Even if it is to build a force comparable to the Ring of Ouroboros again, it is easy. Take me to the Eternal Wizard Tower, I have something to talk to the respected Eternal Wizard. Lin said directly. The identity of a third-level wizard is not the same as his current official pharmacist status, and he is also qualified to meet the Eternal Great Wizard paper. But the speaker was unintentional, and the listener was intentional. Then came the extreme horror, looking at Lin like a fool. Are you crazy? You actually want to see the Eternal Great Wizard? How is this possible? Even the great powers of the wizards in the Black Triangle want to see the Eternal Great Wizard. They have to go through a lot of notification, and they have not yet. It must be successful. You. Seth didn't even say any polite honorifics. There was disdain in his words, and his eyes were inexplicable, which seemed to mean quite a lot. Let Lin measure his own identity. Lin's expression was calm, and he smiled lightly. The identity, Zhao Kaintsao, was changed, and the level was different, so he didn't express much. Everything is because of the pattern, just as mortals cannot understand the greatness of wizards. His eyes fell on the core of the third floor of the Eternal City, that is, the tallest and greatest technology tower, where the Eternal Wizard is located. A fluctuating sense of the plague god mutation factor that belongs to him radiates out, and he feels along the path in the dark to touch the information regulations that cannot be observed under the third level, belonging to the Eternal Great Wizard. Chapter 298. As the level and strength of a wizard is higher, the more changes he has with ordinary people, and when a wizard becomes an official wizard, it can be said to be another extraordinary being. And something like the Eternal Great Wizard is almost a conceptual thing, holding the power of authority and rules. If you want to attract the attention and call of the other party, you must let your authority and power contact the other party. When authority and authority touch, no matter what state the Eternal Great Wizard is in, he will give a response, unless that is possible. Of course, you must grasp a degree, otherwise, it will result in the opposite direction. Lin didn't want to be slapped to death by the angry Eternal Wizard. The plague god mutation factor has found the information context of the other party and successfully connected with the other party. Consciousness was in a trance for a while, and he came to another space and place. It was pitch black, sticky and illusory, and nothing real could be seen at all. The only thing that changed was that the darkness was fluctuating. Eternal, illusory, constant, unchanging, transient. At this moment, Lin felt this fluctuation and saw these qualities and truths. There is shock in his eyes. The Eternal Great Wizard has come a long way on the road of authority, and even exists at another level. Even those evil gods in the inner world can't compare to the Eternal Great Wizard at all. In the real world, from Seth's perspective, Lin didn't speak anymore, but looked indifferent and arrogant, looking at the Eternal Wizard tower lightly, as if waiting for the response from the Eternal Wizard. What a joke! What kind of existence is the great Eternal Wizard? How can it be possible to reply to you as a little pharmacist, even if you are in the formal stage? But the gap is impossible. Seth couldn't help it completely. He thought that Lin was imagining things, doing useless work, and waiting for the great Eternal Wizard to respond. He really laughed out loud. He really couldn't help laughing. This joke was really funny. Some passing wizard descendants, or those who were close to him, also stopped and watched curiously. However, after learning the exact situation from Seth, they all laughed uncontrollably, and Chi-Chi watched Lin as if they were watching a joke. This can attract the attention of the Eternal Great Wizard. Haven't our many wizard powers been working in vain for so many years? Their importance and attention are not as good as your little pharmacist. Seth shook his head. He had no malicious intentions at first, but Lin's actions were really self-inflicted humiliation, which is incomprehensible. His worldview is like this, and like most people, it is one-sided, hierarchical, and limited. The flowing darkness has never changed, but in a strange way, Lin felt the fluctuating flow of time. In the end, It turned into a pair of open eyes, and everything in the world became bright, as if this darkness was formed after it closed its eyes. Lin's mouth slowly raised a smile. "Okay, we're all gone, don't look at it, you're just an unreasonable fool." Some of the wizard's descendants had already left, and Seth was also going to remind Lin to stop his efforts. Such a move was pointless at all. But at this moment, the entire three-layer space of the Eternal City has undergone fundamental changes. The three-colored rainbow light began to rise into the sky, radiating from every corner of the Eternal City, full of splendor and color, as if confirming what? The first layer is white light, the second layer is black light, and the third layer is chaotic gray light. A look of horror flashed in the eyes of some old wizards and old scholars who knew what this meant. No, this is. How is this possible? This is. It shouldn't appear. The possibility of appearing means. Chapter 299. For the Eternal City, the rainbow light of three colors is extraordinary, and the meaning is far-reaching. Only some very old guys will know about it. When was the last time it happened? 2,000 years ago, that was the last time the three rainbow lights appeared, and then there was no wizard in the Black Triangle who could make the Eternal Great Wizard respond like this. An old wizard wearing a wizard's robe, with hair and beard almost turning into plants, said with a trembling range in his words. Another old pedant was also unable to calm down. Three rainbow lights. This is only recognized by the Eternal Great Wizard and placed in the same wizard, it will show it. Could it be that after a long period of time, a new fourth-level Great Wizard appeared in our Black Triangle? No one knows what he really thinks, but there is no doubt that the Eternal Great Wizard has woken up and treated a coming existence solemnly. It's impossible. It's actually three rainbow lights. Why can there still be three rainbow lights in the Black Triangle? This is the most difficult period for the Eternal Wizard. This place still exists, will it come? I don't understand, I can't speculate. This is not something we should understand. We only need to focus on the eternal assessment that the Eternal Great Sorcerer is about to launch. Indeed, the eternal assessment can become the disciple of the Eternal Great Sorcerer, and there may be a chance to see the progress of the road ahead. That is the new everything, the new truth. The major forces of the Black Triangle have all set up stations in the Eternal City. No matter how big or small, they all have a purpose. But today's appearance of the three rainbow lights completely disrupted the indifferent expressions of these second-level wizards and third-level wizards. A variable has appeared. Who is this person and why is this happening? Even they have never made the Eternal Wizard like this treated. There are only 5 third-level wizards in the Black Triangle, which are very rare. When they meet the Eternal Wizard, it is extremely difficult, and they only get a little conscious response. There is nothing at all. Something meaningful. They also know some real secrets, such as the Eternal Great Wizard is not a real 4th-level Great Wizard, but has taken the step of the follow-up truth path. It is a more terrifying existence. On the 3rd floor of the Eternal City, the movement here is the biggest. Many wizard descendants were shocked and puzzled, and even knelt down in fear, or squatted down and covered their heads. From the point of view of Xingxing, there is already the biggest flaw, it's just trash. Interpunct 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 interpunct. Seth's eyes widened, as if he saw the most incomprehensible thing in the world. 3 rainbow lights. It's actually 3 rainbow lights. Which one is here? The eternal great wizard can give such treatment. I don't know what's going on. Seth looked at Lin mysteriously, thinking of what Lin said before. Impossible. It's impossible. Seth stepped back. The more he thought about it, the paler his face became, as if he was terminally ill, extremely weak. It doesn't make sense. It's just an ordinary, unremarkable pharmacist. Even an official pharmacist shouldn't be like this. Why? Why? The eternal great wizard is definitely not for him. There must be other great beings coming. It must be. Lin opened his eyes. His eyes were very calm, as if he was doing something trivial. The purpose and the result. He only pays attention to these 2, the others are nothing but trivial matters, and he doesn't care at all. For example, Lin doesn't care about the current situation, many of Seth's reactions, and emotional changes. Whether it's happiness or sadness, things that have nothing to do with the process have no value or meaning at all. Earth. Chapter 300. The 3-colored rainbow light shone very purposefully, and finally converged on Lin's slender and tall body. A bridge made of light seemed to welcome him. Seth's expression suddenly distorted. It was the despair that his consciousness received a huge blow, and he couldn't recover. It was actually him. The words of this guy are not just words, but they are really met by the eternal great wizard. No, it should be said that the eternal great wizard actually faced him with an equal identity. Why is this happening? It shouldn't be, it's just a little pharmacist. It's not just Seth's incomprehension. Other wizard descendants have their eyes widened and their expressions stiffened. Who can make the great eternal wizard take such an attitude, except for the powerhouses of the same level? Or, this wizard has an unimaginable identity. Respected adults, I didn't know about it, please forgive me for my presumptuousness and offense, and please forgive me. They panicked immediately. If they didn't handle it properly, it would cause some deep-seated things to happen. Even the wizards and forces behind them would not be able to cover them, and even they would be implicated. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late, and an incomparably grand consciousness swept away, as if turning back time, and understood everything in his chest. Of course, the most important thing is to know the specific information of Lin. I'm sorry, esteemed pharmacist, forgive me, I beg you, as long as you open your mouth, that's fine, I beg you. Seth knelt down and prayed beside Lin's legs and feet, with the greatest humility and remorse on his face. Lin's expression was indifferent and there was no response. Just like at the beginning, he didn't care about some things and existence at all. This was a different level of transformation. Without any signs or warnings, Seth turned into nothingness and disappeared between heaven and earth, as if he had been wiped out. Then there are the descendants of wizards, also in extreme fear, turned into nothingness no matter what their backgrounds or identities are, as long as they participated in this incident, they will all be erased from existence. Lin's eyes lit up. He had never touched such a level of power. But soon, the Soul Wizard level has reached the 3rd level, which is regarded as stepping into the door. Follow up you, and then improve the curse and bloodline path. As for the Star Wizard, Lin has no good way. He has not yet entered the I-Star world, and the progress is very slow and cannot be perfected. The analysis and research on the corpse of the Sorcerer of the Stars is about to come out, and everything is developing towards the better side. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin stepped directly into the gate, and while the space was moving, he had reached the Eternal Wizard Hour. 0. The follow-up fluctuations caused by this incident were very huge. At the same time, the information about Lin was also learned by the Great Wizards of the Black Triangle, including the third-level Great Wizards of the Three Alliances. In the small pond in the middle of the garden, there is a figure standing on the shore. He is Thrall, the third-level Great Wizard of the Three Alliances, and his name is the Dark Wizard. With a gloomy expression on his face, Areen Halleck, are Oberas the remnants of the ring. No, it is impossible for the mirroring of our Oberas to make Eternal take so seriously. There should be other information and identities, but they are hidden deep. Thrall had already forgotten about this matter. If it wasn't for such a mess, he wouldn't have noticed Lin. It seems that I have to talk to this mysterious wizard Lin, and some of the stupid guys below need to clean up too, damn it. Strength and status, as well as level, all represent the difference in the pattern, and Thrall naturally sees it differently. To him, Lin is mysterious and seems to have some conflicts, but these conflicts are just small frictions, which can be resolved at any time, and it is nothing more than paying a little profit. As a result, an invitation letter began to be written, and he thought about the words carefully, such as the beginning. Dear Wizard Misty Lin, there is a small evening banquet that needs your participation.